This episode is brought to you by Shopify. Upgrade your business with Shopify, home of the #1 checkout on the planet. Shop Pay boosts conversions up to 50%, meaning fewer carts going abandoned and more sales going cha-ching. So if you're into growing your business, get a commerce platform that's ready to sell wherever your customers are. Visit Shopify.com to upgrade your selling today.
Check this out.
On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
Oh, the Immigrant Song by Led Zeppelin. So appropriate because we will be talking migrant issues later on with Colombia. Oh, yeah, that means a little Shakira, little shake, rattle, and roll. But before we get to that, it's cold out there. The hawk is talking. Let me just let you know, so many of our homeless, emotionally disturbed persons in the subways. It is the moving hotel, and nobody's doing jack diddly squat anything to try to give relief to our citizens. These are our people. These are Americans. Isn't it amazing? You can be an illegal alien, you get a hotel room, but if you're an American down on your luck or possibly a veteran who served in peacetime or wartime, you get ugats. You get bupkis. And by the way, with the cold out there, I don't know how this affects, what is that, Punxsutawney Phil? Who's like half in the bag, everybody out there in Pennsylvania before the sun comes up this morning. And what is that, Gobbler's Knob? Everybody has the top hats on, and they're all, like, smashed, waiting for Punxsutawney Phil. What the hell is he again? He's not a beaver. Well, I'm trying to figure out what he is. I'm so confused with the woodchucks and everything else. Gophers, whatever. Who knows? But, ladies and gentlemen, what does it mean if Punxsutawney Phil comes out early or late? I have no idea. I know Woodchuck Phil, years ago, was murdered by Comrade Bill de Blasio, the part-time mayor, the dope from Park Slope, who went out to the Staten Island Zoo, and it turned out it was Woodchuck Phillips. Who knew that it was a woman? Maybe it was gender fluid, right? Maybe it was a he, she, they. But he ended up killing that woodchuck, and he should have been prosecuted by the district attorney out there, McMahon, the ambulance chaser. But then again, he didn't want to stir the pot with Democrats in his own party. By the way, let's see if we can jumpstart this thing of ours as I take you to 6 o'clock to the break of dawn. What does it mean when the woodchuck, the beaver, the gopher, the rat comes out early in a few hours or comes out late? I'm all confused. I was frozen from the tip of my nose to the tip of my toes as I was out there in Flushing for the annual Chinese Lunar New Year parade with the Guardian Angels. I'll get to that momentarily. But what exactly does it mean? I need to know. When the woodchuck, the beaver, the gopher, the rat, whatever it is, comes out early as opposed to late.
I know this is against cherub regulations, but you're Secret Service. Think I can trust you? Woodchuck? It's my code name. Use it sparingly and only in an emergency.
That's right, I salute Woodchuck. That was from Living Color. Oh, who was that, ladies and gentlemen? Who was that? 1-800-848-9222. Look at that. They must all been asleep. Come on, it's time to jumpstart. We're back to talk radio with a lot of music in between. Entertainment, theater of the mind. I'm going to tantalize and dazzle you until the break of dawn. I asked a simple question, and nobody seems to have the answer. When Punxsutawney Phil emerges amongst that slovenly, drunken crowd, all wearing their top hats, if Punxsutawney Phil emerges early, what the hell does it mean? I've forgotten all about it. I don't know if he's a gopher or a beaver or a rat. I have absolutely no idea. I know it's Woodchuck Phil out in Staten Island. It turned out that was Woodchuck Phyllis. I have no idea who it is now after Comrade Bill de Blasio committed manslaughter against what turned out to be Woodchuck Phyllis. And never has a mayor returned since. It has been an area that is a DMZ, demilitarized zone. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Now, one person knows. Can you believe this? I mean, I could easily tell you. But then again, none of you seem to want to regurgitate it. Look. We're going to do 6 hours. And this ain't a one-way street. I don't have any guests. It is all dependent on you. You have more knowledge than any guest. This is the most intimate form of communication that has ever been created. And it's right here on the radio, the number one station at night in the world. Reaching 177 countries with the app in your smartphone, in your iPhone. Then you have your terrestrial radio, the good old-fashioned radio that we grew up listening to, which reaches 38 states, parts of Canada, a sliver of Europe, and it goes right on down to Davy Jones's locker. And, of course, you got the laptop. Oh, the stream from the laptop or your working computer. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. But this is February. The shortest month of the year. What is it, 28 days? 29 when it's leap year. I have no idea what that means. But I do know that on February 1st, in 1884, the Oxford English Dictionary was published for the very first time. A dictionary, yeah. And then on February 1st of 2003, a space shuttle, Columbia, broke up upon re-entering. 7 astronauts, unfortunately, perished. And then I passed through Grand Central Station earlier. Little did I realize that on February 2nd, which is now, Grand Central Terminal opened for the very first time in 1913. And there were no homeless and emotionally disturbed persons in there, I can assure you. I can assure you. We know what occurred on February 3rd. Cousin Brucey, the greatest DJ of all time. Cousin Brucey. Outstanding the way he covered the day the music died. We're going to talk about that separately later on. I don't want to talk about the plane crash in Philly or D.C. Come on. Enough already. Oh, the fires are over in L.A. Everybody, right? They just repeat. Now, come on. No creativity whatsoever. All they do is repeat. Xerox copy. Repeat. We're not doing it here. I'm not doing it here. You know what occurred on February 4th of 2004 for you, Broadway Billy, very important. Meta World Peace. No, not Ron Artest. And it's not Meta of Zuckerberg now. Facebook was founded, and you were able to put what you had for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, post it every day, and nobody gave a damn. Nobody gave a damn. But, oh, look, more pork sausages, Mom, with my runny eggs. And then February 11th, the jihad, the Islamic Revolution in Iran. Notice the president fired up those Islamists, the ISIS knuckleheads in Somalia. Gave him a little fire and brimstone there from F-14 jets. We'll talk about that later on, but in 1979, the Islamic Revolution came about. Also, Nelson Mandela was released from Robbins Island, which I've been to right off of Cape Town. Although, remember, Joe Biden claimed he had been stopped by the Afrikaner authorities, the clerks, police, because he wanted to see Nelson Mandela on Robbins Island. But then again, he was accompanied by who? Andrew Young, former mayor of Atlanta, former ambassador for Jimmy Carter to the UN, who got ousted because he was playing footsie with Yasser Arafat and the PLO. And what did he say? That never happened. Because he had accompanied, that's right, Joe, let me make up a story, Biden. And it was also the date in 2013 that we learned that a pope could actually resign. We always thought, hey, pope has to be dead on arrival before the smoke goes up the chimney and they end up with a new pope. Nope. The German shepherd, Pope Benedict, resigned. He said, I'm setting a new way. Let's say that. Gopher, groundhog, I'm still not sure. There's so many different of these animals, these critters, and plus could be just a big oversized rat, of which there are many running around. Let's go, if we can, to Gary calling from Inwood. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Gary.
Good morning, Curtis. All that means is another 6 weeks of winter weather.
Now, explain. Now, if he comes out of his lair early or late, explain that.
It's a stupid premise in the first place. If he comes out early, means another 6 weeks of winter weather. And any civil-minded human being would think it's ridiculous. Doesn't mean anything, doesn't have any water, has no credibility. It's just a stupid idea in the first place. Means nothing.
Means nothing, and yet they're woodchucks, they're beavers, they're gophers. How come, what's the importance of all these different animals coming out of their lair on this day of February 2nd?
Well, it's supposedly only one. It's supposed to be a groundhog.
With my shadow I have cast, than a long, lustrous 6 more weeks of winter.
Yeah, it's an excuse to get drunk, too, Gary, in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. Slovenly drunk, I might add, with their top hats on. By the way, it reminds me, all three of my sons, what was that? What was that game they like to play with? Oh, Thomas, the tank engine. And who was that? Punxsutawney Phil. Who was the guy who was in charge of that? Top Hat, right? Top Hat, who they took away to prison. How do I explain that to my young sons? They had to take Top Hat away because he had absconded with money. It was devastating. Hey, what happened to my music underneath? Hey, Broadway Bill Lee, I need my music underneath. This is just not any normal talk show. That's right. Little Led Zeppelin immigrant music song because it's cold out there. The Hawk is talking. What is it, 28 days, 29 days? I'm not sure. 29, isn't that leap year? I really am not sure. All I know is February, as they say, February, like library, is fascinating. Shortest month, but some incredible individuals came about in February. Charles Darwin and Abraham Lincoln were born on exactly the same day in the same year, February 12th of 1809. And let me set you straight, Republicans. It is the party of Lincoln. It's not the party of Trump. I know Trump says, he's greater than George Washington and Abraham Lincoln combined. He's not. He's not. And then February 15th of 1965, this one I had no idea. The flag of Canada came about. Yeah, the maple leaf flag, that late, 1965. Maybe some of you Canucks can explain that. Your dollar was worth more than our dollar when I was being raised in the 60s. Now that's all changed, and now I find out that the maple leaf flag becomes the flag of Canada on February 15, 1965. What was it before? What, did you have a picture of the king or the queen on there? You're into idolatry of royalty. You support those welfare cheats there in London. God, there's nothing that makes me angry. And Trudeau Sr. resigned as the Prime Minister of Canada on February 29th of 1984. Oh, Twinkle Toes is resigning too. But he's not the son of Pierre Trudeau Sr. Oh, no. Let's do a DNA test. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? It's Mick Jagger. Do the DNA test on Twinkle Toes Trudeau, and you will see his daddy, biological father, is Mick Jagger. So you learn a lot listening. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Linda calling from the Jersey Shore. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Linda.
Hello, Curtis. I want to tell you, I'm not sure if he's a woodchuck or a groundhog, but I know one thing. It's not based on the fact that he emerges. It's based on whether he's a shadow or not. You know, come on now, Curtis. I'm disappointed in you. Casamatita says, get it wrong or you're gone. As much as I love you.
I don't think he was referring to animaltology. I mean, come on. What does it matter if it's a woodchuck, a beaver?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that you said he emerges early or he emerges late. That's not what he does. He, it matters like if he shows a shadow or not. That's what predicts 6-4 weeks.
With my shadow, I have cast.
Do your homework, my brother. I love you, but do your homework.
6 more weeks of winter.
And what happens when I don't shave? I have a shadow, too. What does that mean? Notice she hung up. The shadow knows everything, right? Classic radio show. The shadow knows. She hung up. Tried to get me fired there, claiming because I'm wrong, I should be gone, according to my agreement with John Catsimatidis, owner and operator. Has nothing to do with that.
Is going to hit the fan.
Yeah, damn right it is, John. I want to know why it has to be, what the hell is it? Groundhog, right? Groundhog. Why can't it be a beaver? Why can't it be a woodchuck? What?
I know this is against cherub regulations, but you're Secret Service. Think I can trust you? Woodchuck? It's my code name. Use it sparingly and only in an emergency.
Who was that actor on Living Color? And what role was he playing because the Guardian Angels wouldn't accept him? Oh, classic role. But none of you know that. None of you know that. Truly, none of you know that. Let's go to Dave in the West Village. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Dave.
Hey, Curtis. How are you? I just want to give a shout-out to my friend Nancy around the block. We have a tremendous homeless problem in our neighborhood here, and we're dying from it. We can't get them off. We can't get them removed. We call the police. Nobody comes. We call 311. Nobody comes. You got to help us, Curtis.
Yeah, well, you didn't bother calling me, did you? You waited until you exhausted all other options. What am I, a little pisher, a schmendrick?
No, you got to help us get the dreck off the streets, Curtis. We step over them. We don't know if they're dead or alive.
All right, well, that's my strength. That's my strength. We take care of homeless and emotionally disturbed. So just stay on the line, Dave. Please, Tony, make sure you get all of Dave's relative and pertinent information. How do you like this? He tried everything under the sun. 311 to call his elected official. That's a waste of time. Should have called me right away. Then you get stuff done. 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Eric in Monroe. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Eric.
Hey, what's up, Curtis? How you doing?
Well, how you think I'm doing?
Great, man. You're great. You're alive, never sleeping. You're always doing good. You listening to Zeppelin? Got a fire.
There'll be plenty of time to sleep when we're all dead, because there's nothing else to do, Eric.
That's the truth, man. That's the truth. So since I know you love EDM, and it's obviously not Zeppelin, are you familiar with this guy, DJ Mochak from Brazil?
DJ Mochak from Brazil. Why should I know? Why should I know DJ Mochak from Brazil?
Oh, he's EDM DJ, and he's currently my favorite. High octane, full throttle. He's like killing it right now.
Tell you what you can do. Why don't you go take some Molly and ecstasy, right? Meantime, Lula in Brazil, the left-wing leader, remember he was in jail and then he got reelected. They love to do that in Brazil. You go to jail, then you get elected, jail, and then elected. He's back in charge, and he's saying, you better not send any of our illegal aliens back to Brazil, because we ain't taking them, Trump. Oh, we're going to be talking about Colombia later. Whoa, fascinating what's happening in Colombia. That's not South Carolina. I'm talking the country. You know, Bogota, Cali, Medellin cartel, Bazooka. Wait, that's not Bazooka Joe Bubblegum either. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Trying to think, it was Fidel. Fidel Castro became the leader of Cuba after ousting Batista, who before that had ousted Machado. Yeah, you see, I know my Cuban history. Hey, Menendez, Goldbar Menendez, rot in jail for 11 years and then go straight to hell without an asbestos suit, you crook. Don't even give him a chance to have a cup of Cuban coffee, black bean soup, and a Cuban sandwich on Bergen Line Avenue in Union City. No. Straight to Fed camp, because you know he ain't going to hardcore prison. And what happened to his grifter wife, the Armenian, huh? What about her gold bars, huh? And tell me those are not false bazoonis there or what? Oh, and for all of you people who hate capitalism and hate America, of which there are many here in this city, they're called the Democratic Socialists of America, February 21st should be a day that you're visiting the gravesite in London, which I've been there, of Karl Marx. And how about Frederick Engels? That was the day that Das Kapital, the Communist Manifesto, was published. Boy, that's a meaningless factoid, right? Who the hell needs to know that stuff? But it's February. Let's go to Kevin in Connecticut. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Kevin.
Hey, Curtis. Hey, they got all these. They got the woodchuck and the groundhog and everything else. But here's the deal. The woodchuck's chucking wood, so you get to burn the wood in your fireplace, which is global warming. And, of course, the groundhog is going to say it's an early winter because the winters don't last long like we used to have them. There you have it.
Now, wait a second.
So it's an early spring.
Hold on a second. You're laughing at your own joke. You never do that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can't do that because then it doesn't deliver. Take it back, Kevin. Take it back.
Okay. So the woodchuck is going to burn the wood that he chucks, and then the groundhog is going to see a shadow, and it's going to be an early spring, and we're going to have an early spring because of global warming.
And you forgot climate change. One cannot exist without the other. The hell is going on? Man, he was laughing at his own joke. Man, that is really corny. Laughing at his own joke. Oh, my God. You know, that's almost like that guy in Amityville. Who's that guy? Alan Amityville. You know, he tells the jokes, and, oh, man, it's corny. Only one time he had a good joke. But, you know, they say practice, and you'll get better. For Alan Amityville, it never gets better. It only gets worse. Oh, yeah. February. Birthdays of Copernicus, the Polish astronomer, Galileo, the Italian, both who said the world was round, not flat. And they threatened to burn Galileo at the stake. The church did, the Pope. All right, hey, good going, church. Good going, Pope. Another reason that I hate you. You're going to burn Galileo at the stake because he said the world is round and not flat. Notice Copernicus, Polish, he had it right. He wasn't going to fold like a cheap camera like Galileo. Galileo folded, yep. They said they were going to burn him at the stake, so you know what they did to Galileo? He said, no mas, you're right, the world is flat. The Italian gave up, not the Polak. No. Some other important dates in February. I bet you had no idea, Tony, that the peace symbol used by hippies, you know the peace symbol, in the 60s during the Cold War, was actually created on February 21st of 1958. I like Ike in the middle of Eisenhower's time. February 21st of 1958, the peace symbol was made. I would have thought it was during the days of the hippie dippies, right, in the 60s. Wrong again, Sliwa. February 22nd, 1862, Jeff Davis, President of the Confederate States, is sworn into office, and the South will rise again whenever you say Jeff Davis to those below the Mason-Dixon line where they still fly the stars and bars, the flag of treason, the Johnny Reb flag, the Confederate flag. And then, of course, February 24th, how can we forget? We hear it all the time when Peter King gets on with Sid Rosenberg, and they argue about Russia invading the Ukraine. And then February 26th of 1815, Napoleon Bonaparte escapes from exile on the island of Elba, and he comes back with vengeance. Still holding his gut. Why was Napoleon Bonaparte, short as short that he was, why was he always holding his gut? I don't quite understand that. You know, he supposedly didn't take any Brioski, didn't take Rolaids, Rolaids, you know, of Roger Staubach fame. Why was he always holding his tummy? Was it a tummy tuck? You know, they couldn't do it in terms of medically back then, so maybe what you did is you just inhaled and then he held his gut in. I don't know. What the hell was that all about? And then February 26, 1993, led by their spiritual advisor, Sheikh Omar Abdul Rahman, the blind-eyed, Santa Claus hat-wearing Imam of hate. They attempted to take down the World Trade Center. You remember the Ryder truck laden with bombs? Brought into the car park, boom! Did damage, killed some, injured others, but did not topple the World Trade Center 1 into World Trade Center 2. So they tried. You think we were alert for it to happen again? Not. All asleep at the wheel. First, with Bill Clinton, who was chasing Monica Lewinsky, and Bush 43, who couldn't chew gum and think at the same time. And they got us again. 9/11. 1-800-848-9222.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Baby, I just want you to understand just exactly how you make me feel.
Oh, you know what February is. Valentine's Day, right? For some, it's the Valentine's Day Massacre. 1 in 14 U.S. adults break up on Valentine's Day. That's 7% of the population. 6% do it right before Valentine's Day. Another 6% right after Valentine's Day. Maybe we should cancel it. My God. That's a total of 19% of the population that ends up breaking up in, around, or on Valentine's Day. Oh, let me hear this song, please, please. God, that's bad news.
I just think of you, baby. I know I've got a real thing here by my side, someone who needs me, holding me tight, and these special feelings won't ever fade. 'Cause I knew from the start you put a move on my heart.
And what's the flower of February? A violet. So if you happen to have gone to NYU and wasted your money in doing so and graduated like Frank Morano, the Mama Luke, you're a violet. God, violets. By the way, enough of this. With 19% of the population breaking up to make up, break up to make up. Wow, that's a huge percentage. I don't think this song, "You Put a Move on My Heart," would help. And don't give your gal pal, or, if you're gender fluid, he, she, they, violets. To me, February 14th is not Valentine's Day. It's what my dad showed me when I visited Chicago for the very first time, because he was from Chicago. It was during the Christmas holidays. We'd always go there. Took me down to Clark Street, north side of Chicago, Lincoln Park, because you know what I wanted to see? Where the hell did the St. Valentine's Day Massacre occur, Dad? Where you had Scarface. No, not Tony Montana. Not that movie. The original Scarface from Taffy Place. Yeah. Sent 7 guys. Big Dad, he sent 4 guys in, 2 of them dressed like cops with Thompson machine guns. And they put the 7 guys up against the wall of George Bugs Moran's gang, North Side gang, and the South Side took over for the North Side. And it became the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. See, for me, that's February 14th. By the way, 14th is only almost a massacre of me, Frank Morano's very best friend, John Gotti Jr.'s birthday. I think he's 60. I got like 10 years on him, and I could knock that guy out. But no doubt, Frank Morano will probably be smoking Cohiba cigars and celebrating my enemy of all enemies, John Gotti Jr.'s birthday, who tried to have me whacked. Remember that, Broadway Billy? So, yeah. Let's go to Steve, who's calling from Pennsylvania. Your turn to be heard here on WABC, Steve.
Hey, Curtis. I live about 15 miles from Gobbler's Knob. That's where they do the groundhog. And I'm 75 years old. I've been going down there for years. And I think he faces the wrong way most of the time because he hardly ever sees his shadow. Hardly ever doesn't see a shadow. I think maybe a half a dozen times or something. But in terms of the terminology, the football team for the high school down there is called the Punxsy Chucks.
No, whoa. The what?
They call them the Punxsy Chucks.
Man,
as in woodchucks. Punxsy is short for Punxsutawney.
What a weak name.
Yeah.
The Punxsy Chucks are on the field right now. First of all, how do you get that name on a jersey? What do you need? You put it Punxsy on the front and Chucks on the back?
Well, they probably couldn't fit Punxsutawney on there, so they shortened it to Punxsy, Punxsy.
Now, Steve, this is a truthful test for you. Let's face it, this is just an excuse for a lot of guys to get together to put top hats and tails on and get drunk.
The inner, they call them the inner circle.
The inner circle.
But, it used to be, like when I first started going, there was maybe 30 people would go. Then they had the movie. They got up to like 30,000, all drunk college kids and everything. Now I think they're cutting out the booze. No booze allowed.
That's it. The young college kids, they just stand around smoking weed and dropping Molly and ecstasy. So what the hell? You trade one drug for another drug, Steve.
Yeah. Well, that makes it cleaner. They don't have to pick up bottles afterwards.
So let me get this straight, Steve. Your life is dedicated to making sure you're there each and every year to find out if Punxsutawney Phil comes out of his lair.
He comes out. It's just like they hold him up. He faces east, west. If he faces west, he sees his shadow. If he faces east, the sun's in his face. They do it real early.
But what this weather did not provide is a shadow or reason to hide. Glad tidings on this Groundhog Day. An early spring is on the way.
Drunken rabble.
Yeah.
God, Steve.
There's only one hotel because there's no the Pantol Hotel, which is downtown, which is probably 300 years old, and there's really no need to build any more because that's it for Punxsy.
Well, I tell you what, there's a cottage industry. You want to build some no-tell motels, Holiday Inn Expresses, we got illegal aliens we'll ship to you in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. You could house them there.
They're far enough down the road. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm just a touch over 15 miles.
Wow, and you count every moment. You can't wait. Admit it, Steve. You can't wait.
I go once every 5 years.
I know, but let's face it, it's a highlight of your life. Come on, Steve.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that.
You're able to go to a party, where they're having Velveeta cheese and drinking chemical wine and be able to tell everybody, yeah, I was there when Punxsutawney Phil came out of the lair.
And that's probably about it for tomorrow. And then Valentine's Day, well, I don't have to worry about breaking up. I think I'll wait till after Groundhog Day to get a girlfriend. That's,
Oh, so wait a second. Now, hold on. You seem to lead a very complicated life.
Really.
You have to get through Punxsutawney Phil coming out of the lab first before you can think about the urge to merge.
Yeah. Well, like I said, if I wait till after the 14th, that saves the gift giving.
That's right. But, Steve, what do you make of the fact that 1 in 14 U.S. adults actually break up on Valentine's Day? That's 7% of the whole population, 6% the week before. Add that up, that's 13%, and another 6% the week after. That's 19% of the population ends up breaking up around Valentine's Day.
So what you're saying is there should be a woman available for me after Valentine's Day.
Well, Steve, nowadays I can't just assume it might be a woman. It could be gender fluid. It could be a transgender, transvestite. It could be a...
I'll go ahead and stick with the woman, but yeah, that I guess that could be a thing.
Yeah, well, drag queen reading hour. You could go pick up a hot drag queen after she's reading stories, little fables, Aesop's fables to the little kids in town.
Excuse me, ma'am. No porn at the bar.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
So you see, there is hope for you, Steve.
There is. Yeah, you're right. Hey, who knows? Maybe I'll meet somebody at Groundhog Day. They got to have no life too, right?
Exactly. And my very conclusion. I said, I'm looking at these pictures year after year. drunken rabble, hedonistic, debaucherous. I'm surprised the groundhog would even come out of the lair. I'd be afraid. I mean, everybody's just totally drunk.
These guys in the black overcoats and the top hats, they bring him out. He turns around and bites them now and then. He's not happy.
I need to ask you a question, Steve, because I'm perplexed. I remember watching Thomas the Tank Engine over and over with my three sons. They really dug that. And it was Top Hat. He was like the key, he was the shot caller. And then I hear they took him away and put him in the London Tower because he was guilty of white-collar crimes. Do you have any idea about that, Steve?
I don't know if it involved any of those guys, the groundhog guys.
Is he wearing a top hat?
Oh, they do, yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know of anybody else who wears top hats except in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. God. Whatever happened to Top Hat there in Thomas the Tank Engine? They took him away.
But what this weather did not provide is a shadow or reason to hide. Glad tidings on this Groundhog Day. An early spring is on the way.
Is this not the most ridiculous thing you have ever experienced in your life?
This is another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Wake up to make up to stylistics. Oh, yeah. I'm going to be talking about tariffs on Mexico and Canada and China. Oh, my God. How boring. Oh, we're going to talk about airplane crashes, right, in Philadelphia and D.C. No, we're not. I'm sorry. And we're not going to talk about the fires that have stopped burning in Los Angeles. We're not. I'll leave it to everybody else because that's all they're going to talk about. It's all they're going to talk about. Let me hear this. Yeah.
What's wrong with you now? Tell me why I never seem to make you happy, though heaven knows I try. What does it take to please you? Tell me just how I can satisfy your woman. You're driving me wild. Break up to make up. That's all we do.
Apparently, that's, according to the stats, what Valentine's Day is about. 6% of the population breaks up 1 week before, 7% on Valentine's Day itself, and another 6% the week afterwards. That's 19% of the population. If it was up to me, I'd cancel that day. God! By the way, what happens to all those flowers and chocolates and all those little tchotchkes? And I mean, what happens? I'm sure there are some proposals around Valentine's Day. Some schmuck gets down on his hands and knees, and they put a ring through his nose, and then it's over. How come the guy has to get down on his knee? I mean, where is that written? I thought for sure, wasn't it Eve who fed the apple to Adam? Or at least that's the way the religious figures would like to say. That's how things got all screwed up. And yet, we got to get down on our knee? No. Come on. Buck, bow. No. I'm sorry. Then the ring goes through your nose and it's over. It's over. You're an indentured servant. You can't think for yourself. And it's got you spinning around like you're wondering, what the hell is going on? Then you look down your trousers and you see cocktail onions. You lost your manhood.
First you love me, then you hate me. That's a game for fools.
Just think, President George Washington, President Abraham Lincoln, birthed in February, right? The best president. No, it's not Trump. I'm sorry. He's not there yet. Ronald Reagan, yep. No, Trump's not there yet.
Not good.
Well, you're getting there, Trump. You broke right out of the box. We're going to be talking about you in Colombia next, man. They are your Maytag. But the shortest-serving president of all time was born in February, William Henry Harrison. Never trust anybody with three names. He gave his acceptance speech. He got pneumonia, and he dropped dead. I guess he didn't wear a long coat. Man, it was freezing out there today in Flushing. Man, it was cold. When I came back to WABC to do show prep, remember 2 hours of show prep for every 1 hour on the air, I was shaking like a leaf. It was cold out there. Anyway, let's go to the phones. It's Sandra calling from New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Sandra.
Do you remember me? I'm the one who said to you on Tuesday, do you know if tuna fish is safe for the cat? I want to tell you, Curtis, I had such a wonderful time on Tuesday at that Shriners event that you all did. I can't tell you. I was there for a very long time from, I would say, 4:45 until it was over. And I didn't feel restless one bit. I loved meeting all of you. And I saw another side of Sid. He's really a very serious man. When he's not on that radio, you see, at least I thought he's a very serious man. And the sad thing, this was about Shriners, hospital, this beautiful charity that you did. That poor little 6-year-old girl was at Shriners Hospital in Philadelphia for 4 months. And the day that she went on that plane, I don't know if you know this, Curtis, but they made a big party for her. And it's so tragic how on the way home that terrible thing happened. So I wanted to say that. And I wanted to say, again, what a wonderful time I had there meeting all of you and seeing how the radio works. I'm fascinated by it. That was put together
in Studio 77, the live show that Sid did, with many of us contributing. That was put together by Margot Katsmatidis and the staff the day before. They set that all up with the help of Chad and Emily, and then, of course, with John Katsmatidis. That was the idea. The sales department, all the Shriners people came. Great organization. I used to be on the board. I was a board member of Children's Miracle Network for 5 years. It's based out of Salt Lake City. All these groups do great work for children who unfortunately have to spend a great deal of their time growing up in the hospital because if not, they might perish, they might die, and yet modern medical science and all of its advancements can be utilized to save their lives, to give them a good quality of life. But oftentimes it is so overwhelmingly expensive. Danny Thomas pioneered that in Memphis, Tennessee, with the, what is that, Saint, what? Boy, I'm having a Joe Biden moment here. Not St. John, St. James. What is that? What is that hospital again? Why am I forgetting?
Well, I remember Marlo Thomas.
Yeah.
The name of that.
Why am I forgetting?
I'm forgetting the name too.
It's only one. There's only one hospital. Everybody thinks St. Jude.
St. Jude. That's it. St. Jude. Right.
St. Jude. Wow. Isn't that the patron saint of missing things? I'm missing my mind. But anyway, a lot of people don't realize this, Sandra. It's a great organization, but they only have one hospital in Memphis. Shriners has many, many hospitals around the country. Children's Miracle Network, many, many hospitals. But Danny Thomas did such a great job branding that, marketing that to this day, if you ask people, oh, yeah, I'm making a contribution at St. Jude's, the Children's Hospital, and you say, there's only one in Memphis. Nah, they got one right in my hometown. No, you don't. It's in Memphis. No, I'm sorry. Maybe it's the Shriners Hospital. Maybe it's a Children's Miracle Network Hospital. But there's only one, St. Jude's, and that's in Memphis. They didn't want to get into an argument with you. I said, hey, look, I served on the board, Children's Miracle Network, 5 years. I visited many of these hospitals all over the country when I was visiting Guardian Angel chapters. I'm telling you, there's only one St. Jude's. It's in Memphis, Tennessee, you Tennessee stump jumper. And they said, what are you getting so excited about? And then I realized, yeah, it's kind of stupid to get all excited about that.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Padre, Filio, Spiritus Sanctum. Best story that my dad told me about the St. Valentine's Day Massacre at 2122 Clark Street. I remember that's what I wanted to see in Chi-Town. Hey, Dad, where did Capone do the Saturday St. Valentine's Day Massacre? He said, hey, 1122 Clark Street, right down the street from the Water Tower, right in Lincoln Park. Yeah, Capone from Brooklyn outsmarted George Bugs Moran. They had 4 guys going there, 2 dressed as cops. They pulled out their Thompson machine guns. They shot this one guy, Frank Gusenberg, 14 times. And he survived a few hours, and the coppers got to him, and he said, I ain't no snitch. I won't talk. And then he died an hour later. So that whole concept of snitches get stitches and end up in ditches probably all came about at that St. Valentine's Day Massacre on February 14th of 1929. I mean, out of all the things you go to Chicago for, as a little kid, what did I want to see? Dad, where did the St. Valentine's Day Massacre occur? And right away, because he grew up there, 2122 Clark Street in Lincoln Park, right near the Water Tower, downtown. Oh, it's great. Man, it was absolutely magnificent. I can remember it like it was yesterday. And you know what made me proud? It was a guy from Brooklyn who did it to the guys in Chi-Town. And you know who developed the drive-by shooting? It wasn't the Bloods or the Crips in Los Angeles. It was Al Capone and his boys from the South Side in Cicero against George Bugs Moran. And remember the guy who had the flower shop? Huh? Remember? Oh, yeah. The Irish guy, huh? I see. Italians say, yeah, we got it like that. Boy, what a weird reason to want to go to Chicago, right, as a little kid.
Something ain't right.
Yeah. I mean, I got screwed up as a little kid. I wanted to see where the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. Is there any blood on the walls? No, son, they washed it away a long time ago. That was in 1929. Are you sure, Dad? Yeah, I'm sure, Curtis.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Ladies up in here tonight. No fighting.
We got the refugees.
No fighting. No fighting. Shakira.
I never really knew that she could dance like this. She make a man wanna speak Spanish. Como se llama? Bonita. Picasa.
Shakira.
Oh, baby, when you talk like that, you make a woman go mad. So be wise and keep on reading the signs of my body. I'm on tonight, you know my hips don't lie, and I'm starting to feel it's right. All the attraction, the tension. Don't you see, baby, this is perfection.
Hey, girl, I can see your body moving, and it's driving me crazy. And I didn't have the slightest idea until I saw you dancing. And when you walk up on the dance floor, nobody can ignore the way you move your body, girl. And everything's so unexpected, the way you right and left it. So you could keep on checking it. Never really knew that she could dance like this. She make a man wanna speak Spanish. Como se llama? Bonita. Picasa.
Shakira.
Oh, baby, when you talk like that, you make a woman go mad. So be wise and keep on reading the is perfect. Babe, I know I'm on tonight. My hips don't lie, and I'm starting to feel it's right. All the attraction, the tension. Don't you see, baby, this is perfection. Oh boy, I can see your body moving, half animal, half man. I don't really know what I'm doing, but just seem to have a plan. My will, self-restraint, have come to fail now. See, I'm doing what I can, but I can't, so you know that's a bit too hard to explain. Oh, baby, when you talk like that, you know you got me hypnotized. So be wise and keep on beating the size of my body.
Señorita, feel the conga. Let me see you move like you come from Colombia.
What do you think I'm going to talk about? Tariffs, Canada, Mexico? No, come on. Think I'm going to talk about that plane that went down in Philly? Nope. The D.C. disaster? Nope. The fires ending in L.A.? Nope. I mean, come on. Everybody else is talking about that, and they're just repeating themselves endlessly because they have nothing new to add to the narrative. I'm moving in a completely different direction. I want to focus on Colombia and Brazil because they've had illegal aliens that they've encouraged to come to the United States. They wanted to get their bad hombres out. And because the Papachulo, Joe Biden, provided a means for them to quickly come across the border. Of course, if you happen to be a leader or leaders in these countries and you want to get rid of people who are psychiatrically insane or a threat to your community, or they're bad hombres or drug dealers or gangbangers, you're going to send them north. You're going to say, go to America, go to America. Especially when Papachulo was at the border waving the checkerboard flag of the Indianapolis 500 saying, andale, 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 andale. Well, get ready. That'll soon be the primary language in the United States, you know. We'll be lucky if English is the secondary language. So just get ready. I mean, it's going to happen. It's not a matter of is it going to happen, is when it's going to happen. But I will tell you this. What a turn of events in Colombia. Remember, the president recently elected, a leftist socialist, was defiant towards Trump. He said, you're not standing back any stinking illegal aliens here to Colombia. We will not permit you to land those C-4 transports, those military jets, and discharge the bad hombres originally from Colombia, whether they were from the Medellin or the Cali cartel or they just local yokel thugs from Bogota. We ain't taking them back. And you remember President Trump said, oh, okay. So that tariff we were going to hit you with at 25% on all of your products, including your cocoa leaves and your coffee beans, which are quite expensive now. I mean, coffee is as high as it was during the Jimmy Carter years, like 1977. It costs a lot. Cocaine, I don't know. I haven't checked on seeing what a nickel or a dime bag is of late, but I got to believe it's expensive, you know, from Bidenomics, Biden inflation, whatever. The point being is, Colombia has many products that they depend on sending to the United States, and Trump said, forget the 25% tariff. We're going to hit you with a 50% tariff. And all of a sudden, the left-wing socialist president of Colombia was saying, no mas, no mas. Not only will I take all my bad hombres back, but I'll let you use my presidential jet, and you can use that to bring them back too. And you would have said, wow, he folded like a cheap camera. He capitulated to Donald Trump. But he gets better. He actually went on national TV, and it was broadcast here on Channel 41, Channel 47. That's Telemundo, the national network, and I'm trying to think the other one. Well, I'm having my Joe Biden moment. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about, 41 and 47. And he actually said to the illegal aliens from Colombia who are here, come on back to Colombia. I don't need no problems with Donald Trump. Like, man, I'll help you get back here. How about you pack your bags? We'll pick you up. I do not want a problem with Donald Trump. He's going to fire me up. I mean, it may get so bad that they oust me from my presidential election. Boy, he folded quick. Now, Lula, or Lulu, or whatever the hell you want to call him in Brasilia, the capital of Brazil itself, has basically defied Donald Trump and said, we ain't taking none of our bad hombres back and putting them into the favelas. We're not doing it. So he is in defiance. The Colombia president, who loves going to Shakira concerts, like Trudeau loved going to Taylor Swift concerts while they were burning that synagogue down in Montreal. He was in T.O. doing that, Trudeau Jr. The presidente of Colombia loves going to Shakira concerts. I want to take you back in the time machine into the age of crack cocaine here in our tri-state area of New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and eastern Pennsylvania, and find out how many of you remember what Bazooka was. Bazooka is not Bazooka Joe Bubblegum. I know, look, many of you ended up going to the dentist's office because you were chewing that Bazooka Joe Bubblegum. I know, I was one of them. I was not to shred it, the old hard little brick. Man, I got to tell you, every time I chewed a piece of Bazooka Joe bubblegum, I almost knew it was going to eventually lead me to a trip to the dentist. And the only thing I was afraid of in life was sitting in that dental chair. But how many of you know what Bazooka was and still is? And if you can actually determine what Bazooka, I'll spell it for you, B-A-S-U-C-O. You will win a Curtis Lieber Booby Prize. Don't ask, don't tell, because I throw nickels around like manhole covers. I will sell you my belly button lint, not sell it to you. I will send it to you COD. Does anybody send things COD, cash on delivery? Because we know cash money rules the world, but does anybody ever send anything COD any longer? I don't think so. But on circumspect, whatever that word is, it might be a possibility that somebody does. 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Bill in Flushing. Your turn to be heard here on WABC. Bill?
Hi, Curtis. At the beginning, you mentioned Cambridge University Press Dictionary at the beginning, and that lit my brain up, because in 1973 at Hunter College, Greek and Latin lecturer Professor Irving Kisner. He was sharp as a tack, and I took a year of hair splitting etymology classes with him. And at the end, he was a Korean War veteran. So we used to do shots of J&B whiskey. But in '74, I told him I'm taking a year off because I got hired out as a radar operator on a German ship, which operated at a home port of Fajardo. And then by June of '74, I had a side gig working for Via Marina, and it's so hot down in PR between noon and 2 in the afternoon, you would take a 2-hour siesta. So I'm minding my own business, taking under the shade, cooling off, and a gentleman who looked like he was 60 years old, chino pants, a white short sleeve shirt, and a clipboard. He walked up to me, William, are you William? And he on this clipboard, he read my name, everything, my entire history on it, and he said, can you do us a favor? Because we have to fly a mission on the 4th of July, and no one wanted to work. And I said, what organization do you work for? And he said, Air America, the Caribbean chapter. And where do you have to go? Well, we're going to fly a C-47 down to Venezuela, And that's when I learned that Venezuela was 400 miles due south. The PR did not know that at the time. And we landed in Caracas, filled the plane up, and my job was as a kicker. I kicked the supplies out of the rear of this aircraft on a place called the Land of Oz, and then returned them to Port
Now,
PR.
question is, are you sure this wasn't a CIA operation there?
No, that's what I asked them. The only Air America, we all know it from. They had a chapter in Southeast Asia. They made a Mel Gibson movie about it, but they had a chapter on it. They had a chapter in the Caribbean. They sought me out. I said, "How do you find me?" He said, "Don't ask too many questions." I said, "How are you going to pay me?" "We can't pay you in cash. There's no paper trail. What do you want?" And so I gave them a list of what I wanted, and they paid me in kind. They paid me very heavy, thick cardboard cases. Inside these cases were 90 individual meals of dehydrated food produced by Mountain House Dehydration Food Company. It's combat rations from Vietnam era, and there were 90 rations per case, and I don't know how many cases they gave me. And on my other side hustle and return, I was selling them out of the marina on the side to the people that had ships down there. And when I returned to New York City, I kept one case, and I kept two cases. One case I went to Flushing, and the other case I locked up in a closet on an office in 110 Wall Street. And then I went back to school at Hunter College.
I'm telling you, Bill, this sounds like a CIA covert operation. Air America flying into Venezuela, dropping off supplies, kicking them out right onto the tarmac. How do you know what those supplies were, if you even bothered to find out, Bill?
No, my job was to I laid on the back of on the flat of my back, and as the stuff came to the rear hatch, I used both my legs and I pushed them out. Leg power, muscle power.
You realize you may have been dealing with the secret part of the government.
I was helping Uncle Sam on the 4th of July when no one wanted to work. Gee,
yeah,
that
but
sounds very
let's face
contemporary.
it, flights into Venezuela under those situations, oftentimes I was part of the deep state. Again, what airline was that?
Air America.
Yeah, man, that's CIA.
Wait a minute, the Mel Gibson movie was called Air America, I believe.
I know, but man, that is straight up CIA, Bill.
Well, next time I call in, I'll tell you, I met my mother's first cousin was named Christo. He left Albania in 1939 when he was 10, and he graduated City University, and he became a navigator for the U.S. Air Force. And he was so good at it that he became the Air Force transferred him to be a navigator on Air Force One for President Eisenhower. But one of his old Air Force buddies used to come to the Albanian church in Jamaica Estates, New York, here in Queens, and he told me that his friend used to work for. He admitted that when he got out of the Air Force, all he did was work for a Taiwanese-based airline company. And when my mind went ding, 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 that's pure agency.
No doubt, man.
Charlie India Alpha Airlines.
Right, man. That's totally deep state there, Bill.
Oh, and one last comment about my mother's cousin, Christo. He grabbed me, I'm 76 now, but he grabbed me in August of 1968 and in the lobby of 39 Broadway, and he spotted me, and he grabbed me and said, "Hey, Billy, how are you?" And he said, "What are you doing?" He said, he was working for Grumman Air. He said he got his pink slip from Grumman Aerospace. He got his pink slip. He worked on the LEM, and then 11 months later, the LEM landed on the moon. So my mother's cousin Christo helped put the guys on the moon with LEM because he worked with Grumman Aerospace.
Now you realize that was he in Albania when there was a king, or when the?
Yeah, right. He left in 1930. Left in the spring of 1939 when the Italians invaded on Good Friday.
Oh,
1939.
So he wasn't there when the pillboxes were put in by the communist dictator. I'm not going to say what name he was, but he was paranoid that America would somehow invade Albania So he built all these pillboxes, and he followed Mao Zedong and the Little Red Book, the Cultural Revolution, and he said, "Ufa" to the Soviet Union. Who am I talking about, ladies and gentlemen? I know some of you Albanians are listening as we speak. So time to come forward and speak. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Return the sender. Return the sender. I gave a letter to the postman. He put it in his sack. Bright and early next morning, he brought my letter back. She wrote upon it. Return the sender. Address unknown. No such number, no such zone.
How come nobody has answered the question I've asked you about there? I said, if I send you a Curtis Lewa booby prize, don't ask, don't tell. I'm so cheap, I throw nickels around like manhole covers. And it happens to be my belly button, Lynn. I put it in a package. I go to the post office and wait online for about 3 hours. That's usually the general wait. Customer service is not a premium at the post office. And then I say to the person at the window just before they close early, because they always close early while they're blessing the bundles in the back for those feather-bedded jobs. Could I send the COD? Do they actually have that anymore where you get my package and you have to give cash for that package? It comes back right to me. Sounds like something the Mama Luke Frank Morano would do, right? COD, cash on delivery. Does that even exist any longer? 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. And nobody has told me about the era when cocaine was everywhere, but especially a certain derivative of it. There was crack, and then there was bazooka. If you went to Elmhurst, if you went to Corona, if you went to Jackson Heights, it was bazooka. What was bazooka? And no, it wasn't a bazooka that the Allies used against the Japanese when we had invaded Iwo Jima and we were trying to get the Japanese out of the caves. Not that kind of bazooka, and not Bazooka Joe Bubblegum. Let's go to Ted, calling from the heartland of America, Evansville, Indiana. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Ted.
Hey, man, when I was living in New York, I went to school at Stony Brook, and I took French, a graduate-level French, and it was some sort of a bazooka. It was some sort of a, they call it a pastière, and it's some sort of spread for men, and it's a cream. But I don't know what else. I don't know if that's accurate or if that's what you're looking for, or what it does, medicinally, but that's what I got out of it.
So just to use specificity, because my wife Nancy also went to Stony Brook and had to make like 400 pizzas a day for all the Chinese kids in order to subsidize their education. What did you say that bazooka, spelled B-A-S-U-C-O, was?
I got a different spelling on it, but it was like some sort of cream, and it looked like it was made. It was like a paste or something.
Good.
I don't know if you.
Good. Well,
like
you're halfway there. So it is a paste. And did they tell you what it was made of?
Oh, I guess it was made out of something medicinal, and I don't know for what purpose, but I doubt that like Coca-Cola, stuff like that is still available in its rare form as back in the day.
Well, I tell you, when I used to have a strep throat as a kid, 1960, 61, I wanted to stay home because you had a strep throat. Boy, that was like hitting the lottery, man. You were going to stay home for at least a week, maybe 10 days, maybe more. But my mother would send me to the candy store, and if not the candy store, the luncheonette, and you would get the Coca-Cola syrup, which was pure, in a little styrofoam container. You would bring it home. they would give you tablespoons of it, and it would knock that strep throat out because it did consist of the raw product of the cocoa leaf at that time.
Yeah, Curtis, I never get to talk to you at length, so I will say one other thing. As far as top hat, the two things come to mind. Of course, our President Abraham Lincoln, and also the guy who's I guess he's either Mr. Moneybags in the Monopoly game, or he's some sort of the banker. But anyway, he's on Chance, or what's the other one card? He gets the get out of jail free card, and he runs. He's Daddy Warbucks. He gets all the goodies. He owns the railroad, utilities, you know. So that top hat. But I knew a friend who actually he's Thomas the Train. He was a carpenter, and he used a jigsaw to cut out pieces of the track because that toy was very expensive for kids. They really get you, you know, between the models, and he was English or something. So I don't know if it was imported, but yeah, man, a lot of stuff.
Too much stuff. You realize it was too much, man. Too much. You see, I had to pause there like, really, Ted? You're in the heartland of America, Evansville. Donnie Baseball came out of there, Don Mattingly, right? And, I mean, there was so much I had to unpack from that conversation. It was sort of like, huh? I mean, I asked a simple question, right? And he gives me an Encyclopedia Britannica answer. If I send a COD envelope, will the post office put a little strip on it that says, when you get it from me, my belly button limp, because you answered a Curtis Sliwa trivia question and won the Curtis Sliwa Booby Prize? Don't ask, don't tell, because I throw nickels around like manhole covers. Will you have to pay for it upon receiving it from the postal delivery, he, she, or they? Although I see Donald Trump has removed all those surnames. You're either a he or a she. There ain't no in between, thank God. Glory, hallelujah, hallelujah. How confusing was that? Let's go to Russ, who's calling from White Plains. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Russ.
Hey, Curtis, does the belly button lint include authentic red sateen fibers?
I would think so. Generally, I bathe once a week, so I would think you are absolutely correct. Some of that would be integrated in with the red fibers from the red sateen jacket that I wear all the time.
We'll have it analyzed, but I thought that, Curtis, freebase is paste that they use to smoke, like Richard Pryor, you know, Bazooka is freebase paste.
Yes, except what they do is it's a poor man's base. So they cut it with brick dust and chalk. It's like the worst byproduct of cocaine. But they smoke it, they get a hit, and they cut it with talcum powder, ground up bricks, cornstarch, Ajax, bleach powder, quinine, lactose, you name it. It is the cheapest thing out there, but boy, they couldn't smoke enough of it.
Yeah, well, K2 too, but that's why real reefer is the best. Hey, Curtis, if I could pivot in a different direction about Jessica Soft-Tush, you know, the police commissioner.
Yes.
So Jessica Soft-Tush, and now it's jaywalking is okay, right? It's legalized. You can't get a ticket for jaywalking because more blacks got tickets for jaywalking than whites. Right.
Well, to be honest, there was never, ever a situation. L.A., man, it hit you hard. $100, you step off the curb. Jaywalking there is considered a serious crime, Russ. You could do a drive-by shooting. That's considered a misdemeanor. You step off the curb in L.A., you're caught jaywalking. That might as well be a felony.
Well, but my point is that pedestrians are self-righteous anyway, and now some of them might get the idea, well, I don't even get a ticket. This is my legal right to jaywalk in the middle of the street. But she's also combined that with no more traffic pursuits by the police. In other words, you know, the police can't chase cars who go through a red light or speeding, because it might kill pedestrians. So, you've got legal jaywalking and no chasing cars. So if the police start to pull you over, just run. I mean, this is a recipe for more traffic deaths, Curtis, and I know you're very concerned about pedestrian safety. And I just appreciate you letting me bring that up tonight, Curtis.
Oh, absolutely. Because, under normal circumstances, I'd want to give you, Russ, a Columbia necktie.
Return to sender. Return to sender. I gave a letter to the postman.
I still haven't gotten my answer. If I send the letter COD, do they still do that at the post office? There are enough of you bundle blessers out there with your no-show, feather-bedded jobs with the United States Postal Service. You lose like $10 trillion a year that we have to subsidize. I'm asking, do you still do COD, cash on delivery? Cash money rules the world. I would think you still do COD, but I can't seem to get an answer. Russ is going to tell me about Bazooka, and I'm asking about COD. But I will tell you this. What is a Columbia necktie? That was threatened to be done to me in Jackson Heights by the remnants of the Medellin cartel that controlled the bazooka trade there in the 80s. They said, hey, amigo, you want a Columbia necktie? I said, I gave up wearing ties when I went to Brooklyn Prep, the Jesuit high school. They kicked me to the curb. I never looked back. Haven't worn a tie since. So why would I want a Columbia necktie? What exactly is a Columbia necktie? 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
Return to sender. Address unknown.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Pensaba que te había olvidado.
It's just a matter of time, ladies and gentlemen. Turn on the radio. This is what you're going to hear.
Que cantamos bien borracho, que bailamos bien borracho, nos besamos bien borracho los dos. Pensaba que te había olvidado.
Oh, it's Bad Bunny, Puerto Riqueño. But recently he played to a packed soccer stadium crowd in Bogota. They didn't even want their own Shakira. As they said, she doesn't pay taxes. You don't pay taxes, you could get a Columbia necktie. Nobody out there knows what a Columbia necktie is. And it's not the records that you used to order. What was that, the Columbia? What am I talking about? Some kind of Columbia ordering firm. You would order all these CDs. No, say the cassettes, 8-tracks, whatever, and then you wouldn't send them back, remember? You would scam them. What am I talking about? Where you would order all those records, you would order those cassettes, you would order those 8-tracks. They give you like 18 of them, and then you wouldn't send them back, and you wouldn't pay for them. And then all of a sudden, the bill collectors were sending you bill after bill from the Columbia what? Had nothing to do with the country. We can't blame that on Pablo Escobar and the Medellin cartel or the Cali cartel. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Let's go to Tony, who's calling from New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Tone.
Hi, Curtis. I've been trying to catch up with you. I know you're busy. But on the topic of, who is the police commissioner, Curtis? What is her name?
Jessica Pastor-Gray-Poupon-Tisch.
Yeah, so I've been looking at her and looking at her pictures, and something just caught my eye. She reminded me of someone, and I did my homework, so I wanted to tell you what I found. So on The Simpsons, remember The Simpsons used to be on a TV program, and there was a socialite named Patricia, and she is a Springfield socialite, and she met Marge when she was invited to the country club. If you look at her picture, she is a dead ringer, Curtis, dead ringer.
You know, I must tell you this. My wife also brought this to my attention, Nancy, is that if you look at Jessica Tish's pictures from an earlier age, she now looks different. She did something to herself. She did something to herself. Now, Tony, women know these kind of things better than men. You know, to me, she just looks like a little girl who's lost her mother in Macy's, and, you know, all of a sudden she's looking for a store detective. Where's my mommy? But my wife, Nancy, says, look at the face, look at her previous picture. She did something to herself, and it didn't necessarily get the desired effects, if you know what I'm talking about.
So I was looking at her picture on Wikipedia, and I looked at several pictures of her recent things way back when she was in charge of sanitation and information technology at the city, did various jobs. And when you look at her up close, she really looks like she could have had a very big part, the part of Patricia on The Simpsons. I thought it was amazing. And a socialite.
I'm definitely going to check that out, but it's very interesting in this other regard. You said she was the sanitation commissioner. You're absolutely right.
Yes.
She made us buy these $58 plastic containers that you could buy only from one source, the sanitation department, which had the contract with only one company in North Carolina, no big contract. $58. You had to buy it. And now it seems rats are eating right through the plastic cans. Rats are eating through the plastic cans in Williamsburg. Tony, I thought that was the whole idea why you wanted these plastic cans and you're forcing people to buy them was so that it could rat-proof the garbage.
She's scary, you know, Curtis. I don't really know how they made the connection with her to be the police commissioner, but it's really a sign that there's a serious problem at the city. And I hope that when President Trump has his fingers in New York City, he looks at that one because she's a problem. And I don't really, when she does her news, her press releases and tells us what's going on, I'm more frightened of what could happen after I've heard her speak than before. She brings no assurance to, just like the mayor, there's never any assurance that things are going to be okay. I know what's going on. I get it. Totally different effect than President Trump. When he speaks, whether you like him or not, you have a sense he's a man that kind of has his control and his hand on what's going on, understands it, gets it. When you look at Mayor Adams as well as Police Commissioner Tish, you're not really sure what's going on, and you might be in the Twilight Zone, but you might be in the land of the Simpsons.
I am going to check that out, but I know when either one of them talk, Jessica, pass the Grey Poupon, please, Jeeves, that she lies to us. She tells us crime is down in the subways, and the mayor says it's perception, it's all in our head. So one thing I know when they both speak, they lie together in continuity. Perception. It's a perception that there's crime. It's all in our head. Crime is actually down. Look at the statistics. Bullschnizzle. Let's go to Mike in New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Mikey.
Hey, Curtis. How are you, my friend?
How you think I am, huh, Mike?
Oh, you're always great.
Yeah. How can I help you, Mike? How can I help
Okay, the Colombian necktie, and I'm sure you know this, but it's when they slit your neck because you didn't pay your bill.
I thought that was Con Ed.
No, Well, they do that too.
They pick your pockets. They'll send you to the poor farm. They don't care. But anyway, so they slit your neck, and what they do is they pull right through your jaw, your tongue, so that it's dangling off your neck. It looks weird, but it is a signal that you mess with the cartels, and you'll end up with a Colombian necktie.
There you go. You got it.
By the way, actually, it came up in the O.J. Simpson trial. At the time, one of the greatest talk show hostesses of all time, Lynn Samuels, actually believed that it was. Remember, they told that story that a Colombian gang was sent to kill Nicole Brown Simpson and her boyfriend because they had taken some kilos of cocaine on consignment and hadn't paid for it. And they were hired by drug dealers to give both of them, especially Nicole Brown Simpson, a Colombian necktie. And Lynn Samuels actually believed all that crap.
Well, he needs to get with the times.
No, it's she, Lynn Samuels. I realize at times she may have sounded like a he, but she had such a distinctive sound. I want you to listen to it and tell me who she sounds like that is on television. Just as Tony was talking about The Simpsons, listen to this.
If men were the ones who got pregnant, do you realize they'd probably have like free abortion clinics on every block in the world?
Absolutely.
Who does that sound like, huh? Who does that sound like, Mike?
Joy Behar from The View.
Joyless Behar, no. In fact, they used to fight like two scorpions in a brandy glass. Joyless Behar was actually replaced in mid-mornings by Lynn Samuels because Joyless Behar thought she could come in and do 2 hours of comedy, which is impossible, and did absolutely no preparation. Again, you're going to do this thing of ours, talk radio, you got to do 2 hours of preparation for every 1 hour you're on the air, and to her credit, Lynn Samuels would do exactly that.
I think I'm rational. I wouldn't mind having a gun.
Oh, that's because you're a man with all that testosterone.
What?
It's just all your testosterone. I read this article yesterday. It makes men very aggressive. That's why you all want guns.
I'm sure it does, but what are you going to do? I mean, there are men out there that are criminals. I mean, so...
Because maybe we ought to, like, give you all shots so you don't have so much testosterone.
That might be all right.
All right. Oh, you want doctors coming in your house like Nazi Germany sucking out your testosterone?
Only to the violent criminals.
Okay, that's an idea. Let's think about that, but I'm late for a break, so we have to think quietly now.
Wow. She was one of the best. We miss her, although she hated me. But we do miss her. Took, I think, the number 7 train to Woodside or Sunnyside. She lived in one of those areas. And then, unfortunately, one day just passed away in her apartment. And she's relegated only to those best of cuts that we have preserved in our computer. For some of you who actually listened to her, she was great. And for those of you who wonder, how does a female operate in talk radio? Oh, she was one of the best of all time.
So I think it was Saturday. I'm coming home, and there's a male man. I know you're supposed to say male person. Who gives me the biggest hello. And I'm like, oh, give me a because I don't know who they are. So what is your option when you never see them? It's to leave an envelope in your mailbox with money in it that says mailman. Well, what if the one who sloppy gets it? I would give $10, even though technically, legally, you're not allowed to give mailmen money. But I would give $10 to the person who can put it in neatly. But who knows? I guess I should have been trying to see if there's one messy day. You know, like maybe that's the fill-in person. Or maybe the neat one's the fill. I don't know. But you're not getting anything from me, so don't be giving me this big hello.
I still haven't gotten an answer with all the talk of the post office, post guy, envelopes. What happens with a COD? I want to send a letter to you, and I put a little sticker on it after waiting 3 hours at the post office because, remember, they give you no service. You just wait there and linger. You actually morph to the ground. That is like one of the worst experiences you can have, to stand online at the United States Postal Service office. It is the worst. But anyway, so after 3 hours, I finally get up to the counter, and I say, I want to send this letter, COD, to Broadway Bill Lee, who lives right across the street. COD, cash on delivery. Can they do that any longer? Let's go to Bobby in Connecticut. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Bobby?
Curtis, you're the greatest. Listen to me. On the COD thing, I don't think you can do it. But I want to answer another question you asked about 20 minutes ago. Nobody called in. Who was the communist dictator of Albania? Emil Hoxha.
That's right. Hoxha, and he built those pillboxes all facing the Adriatic Sea, thinking the United States was going to invade with Marines from their naval base in Italy. And he was a follower not of the Soviet Union, but of Mao Zedong in the Little Red Book. He believed in the Cultural Revolution. This guy was whacked.
There you go, baby.
And they still have those pillboxes there,
I was down there in 84, I think, right at the border. It was unbelievable. The water was blocked off. Nobody could talk to the Albanians. They were nuts. And anyway, I thought it was interesting you asked. Nobody called in. I seemed to drift away. There's your answer.
You answered that dilemma, but I still don't have an answer about COD. I know we got gold brick employees of the United States Postal Service. Like half of them never even work. They just show up. It's like they show up and they get paid. And we're the ones who pay them because we're always subsidizing the post office. It's a quasi-government agency. It's not all government. But you never know that because we're always having to pay the bills. And they're always losing money. And I just want to find out one answer. Can I send my belly button lint in an envelope, COD, to Broadway Bill Lee, who lives right across the street? That's all I want to know. Simple.
Return the sender. Return the sender.
Simple question, and I can't even get a simple answer. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Padre, Figlio e Spirito Santo. I just want an answer from some gold brick, some slacker, some deadbeat out there who works for the United States Postal Service. Is it that difficult? I mean, there are so many of them. How often have I stood online and endlessly just wait, only to eventually get to the head of the line, go to the counter, and then they pull that screen down. That's it. We're going out on break. Gold bricks, slackers, deadbeats. Let's go to Bruce in Brooklyn. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Bruce.
Hey, Curtis. I got all three answers for you. I've been trying to get through to you. You're hot as hell tonight. Everybody's calling you, but it's worth it. First of all, I know what the bazooka was. The guy already explained it. It's the cocaine paste mixed with all kinds of horrible ingredients. But let's get to the communist dictator of Albania, Hoxha. Xoha, replacing the king of Albania. And then let's get to what a Colombian necktie party is, because I'm an expert on the South African necktie parties. And the Colombian is where they cut the underpart of your throat and pull your tongue through it all the way down.
Oh, it sounds like it's such an experience. Can you recover from that, Bruce, so that you can do it again?
No.
Oh, you mean you bleed out?
You bleed out.
Ah, doggone! It sounds like they turn your tongue into a bungee jump.
That's correct. Exactly what it is. And you want to know what a South African necktie party is?
That's necklacing. That's when they put a tire around your neck and they put some fluid inside, like gasoline. And Winnie Mandela used to do that to her enemies in Joburg.
Correct.
Yeah, see?
Right.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah.
All the ANC people do that.
Yeah. Oh, Aristide did that too in Haiti.
Exactly. I'm a friend of El Capitan, by the way, and I was listening to his show with Kevin Schroeder's a great detective. He infiltrated the Westies, and he's still living. What a great man. And they had Stevie Van Zandt and you. It was a phenomenal show. And I used to give El Capitan Mabbott a couple of ideas for you for your last campaign, and I had more for now.
Well, let me tell you something, Bruce. You answered every question instead of COD, cash on delivery. I can't seem to get an answer on that. So if I schlep off to the local post office, let's say the Central Post Office on 8th Avenue and 33rd Street, the Central Post Office, and I go to the counter there, which takes you like 3 hours waiting online. It's needless. It's just the inefficiency of the post office is just so incredible. And I go to that counter. I'm not sending it first-class mail, second-class mail, third-class mail, whatever those gradations are. I'm sending it COD. There's got to be people out there who work for the post office or retirees or a bundle blessers in the back, when all of a sudden the letters, all the junk mail is on a conveyor belt, and all you do there is you bless the bundles as it's passing through. I got to believe that some of you know exactly what I'm talking about, but you refuse to give me the information. You want to torture me. 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Tom in Long Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Tommy.
Hello, Curtis. How are we doing tonight?
How you think I'm doing?
I know you're doing good. Well, first, a couple of topics. First topic is I grew up in Regal Park, Queens, next to Elmhurst. So when that bazooka first came around, all those livery cabs became delivery cabs. It was everywhere. It was all that drugs was super horrible. That Forest Hills, Regal Park, Elmhurst, Corona. Oh, it was nightmare.
That's number one. Bazooka.
Number two is,
and by the way, hold on a second. Even though it was being delivered by the livery cab drivers, which you are absolutely correct, what did you do with Bazooka once you get it? Because it wasn't Bazooka Joe Bubblegum.
I had a few bad weekends, gave it a whirl. My friends, all the brothers were doing stuff, so we were, I'm in my 50s, so we tried it. My friends, all the brother was going up every Friday to 116 Street and getting the angel dust for crying, the Crazy Eddie.
Yeah, no. Now, did you dust up? Come on, be honest. Did you sherm that cigarette with dust?
If I was camping, if I parked the car and I wasn't have to drive for the weekend, but that was real time-consuming stuff. It took a whole lot out of your day.
Yeah, I mean, being dusted up, man, definitely would. Oh, my God, man. You had a choice between Bazooka or getting dusted up.
I'd rather be in the camping place with the dust.
Well, all you do, what they do in some of the low-budget areas, they just take a cigarette like a Chesterfield or an L&M or a Lucky Strike, and they put it in that formaldehyde, and then they light it up, and that's just like angel dust.
Well, I got to tell you, I probably did it 4 to 6 times in my whole life, in my teenage to young 20 days. It wasn't my thing, but I experimented. But I was something I had to be the car was parked. We were up in a mountainy house. We weren't, going to have to drive around or see people.
Oh, man.
I met you when I was 16 years old.
Did I?
I bought the shirt and the hat.
Oh,
remember the Rego Park rapist?
Yes. It took us a month of Sundays to track that rapist down.
Remember under the Alexanders, you guys had a base camp set up and you asked the neighborhood for the help?
Yes.
Me and my friends, we were 15, 16 years old. We all went down. I have the beret. It's not as satiny as yours, but I bought a beret and a shirt. And I walked around Rego Park. We were helping our own community do our thing.
That was needed. Just do me a favor now that you still have possession of it. Don't be smoking angel dust or sparking up that bazooka, that coquina paste that's been cut with every imaginable item in the world, including plasterboard that's been ground down. I mean, how low can you go?
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Where are you, little star? Where are you? Oh, rat-a-tat-tat-too. Oh, rat-a-tat-tat-too. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder where you are. Wish I make this wish come true tonight. Search all over for a love. You're the one I'm thinking of. Oh, twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder where you are.
Well, I heard this song, classic by the Elegants, earlier when the greatest DJ of all time, Cousin Brucey, was doing his show, a.k.a. Bruce Morrow. And he had an outstanding interview with the leader of the Elegants, Vito Piccone. It was really good. That guy sounded like he was right out of Central Casting. I'm thinking, Broadway Bill Lee, you've been in this business like 50 years. During the week over at WCBS FM with your partner, Brooklyn's own Joe Corsi. I believe I may have met Vito Piccone at Staten Island Cable with Frank Morano, the Mama Luke, when he was setting an all-time record for non-stop cable TV. I think. I may be incorrect. The voice is familiar. The guy sounded like right out of Central Casting, told great stories. In fact, what really caught my attention as I was doing show prep, and again, ladies and gentlemen, you can never do enough show prep. I do 2 hours of preparation for every 1 hour I'm on the air. And while I was doing the preparation, I heard Vito Piccone say that the Elegants had to get a new manager because their manager was shot and killed in the Lower East Side. They're out of South Beach, Staten Island. And he was talking about how Bobby Rydell's family had a bungalow there in South Beach. Yeah, at that time, man, people would come up from Maryland, come up from Pennsylvania, and summer on the South Beach of Staten Island near Midland Beach, a little further in. Although then eventually you ended up with hypodermic needles on the beach, all kinds of flotsam and jetsam, condoms, used condoms. I mean, it was a mess. And then they cleaned it all up. When Guy Molinari was the borough president, man, in tandem with Rudy Giuliani, they really put South Beach back together. But the moment I heard him talking, I said, oh, wow, this is a really good interview. With the spokesperson for the Elegants, I don't know how many of them are still alive, but I remember hearing them when I was a kid, especially this song, Little Star. And he was saying how he was out. The Elegants were out touring with Buddy Holly, Dion and the Belmonts, Chuck Berry, Jerry Lee Lewis, Bobby Rydell. And then it led into the discussion about what had transpired on February 3rd, which was the bulk of what Cousin Brucey was devoting his show to. Is a really good show. It had me just... I would say it's so involved, engrossed in what he was talking about February 3rd of 1959, the day the music died, when there was that horrific plane crash in the cornfields of Iowa. Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, and the Big Bopper died in that plane crash. Boy, he went on to describe that and how touring back then, especially in the heartland of America, when you didn't have global warming and climate change, you had real winters. It felt like it was 40 degrees below zero on the plains, and they were freezing their tuchus off. I think it was either he or Broadway. I think it was either he or was Cousin Brucey was talking about, in order to stay warm, they would burn newspapers on the buses, and the buses were like retrofitted school buses. Man, that's hardcore. That was really, really excellent radio. Not only the song selection of the Elegants, but also the great interview. I mean, Cousin Brucey does really great interviews. He's able to elicit so much information about that era. Things that I was oblivious to. Although, obviously, that is my era. That was really, really good. We'll get to that momentarily. I think the Elegants went to New Dorp, or as I call it, New Drop High School on New Dorp Lane. I got some flashbacks about New Dorp. Who was it? Hold on a second. What's his name? Mike Ciani. Oh, great wide receiver. That's, a little before my time. Went to New Dorp, then I think Villanova, then the Oakland Raiders. Oh, this guy was good. In fact, I think he's a runner-up to Franco Harris for Rookie of the Year one year. That's how good this guy was. Pretty sure. I think I'm right. Anyway, we need to get some answers here. Lisa is calling from Montana. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Lisa.
Top of the morning to you, Curtis. Greetings from Montana. I'm a former Brooklynite, and I have 38 years in the post office, and very rarely see COD used anymore. It's kind of expensive. The first part of it is a fee of $12.10. Then you add your postage and another fee based on the amount that you want to collect. And it's used for parcels. You could send your belly button lint as a parcel. I don't know what you would think that's worth. We only go up to $1,000. So I think it's probably worth more. So I don't think you're charging quite enough. But it's very rarely used. I haven't done a COD in years.
So what was the purpose years ago? Because it's almost like relegated to the Museum of Natural History now. What was the purpose of sending a package or a letter, COD, cash on delivery?
There was a photo company in Elmsford, New York, where I first started out, and they used to mail out school photos. So your package of school photos would show up COD to your house. And that was really the last time I've seen it. Only every once in a while I see something, and it used to be COD. People thought it was cash on delivery, but it wasn't. It was collect on delivery because you could write a check for it to give the check to the mailman, or you can go into the post office and you could use a debit card and then they charge you to make a postal money order. If it was something, let's say somebody left at your house, an article, you'd have to wrap it all up. You'd go into the post office and it would be something you'd send to them, but it would cost you so much to send it. And then if they didn't, let's say they didn't accept it at the other end, they refused it or it was unclaimed, it would come back to you and then you would have to pay that postage again.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Not used very much anymore.
Well, I know out in Montana where you live now, there is no postal service. You're depending on the Pony Express, right?
No, we still have the postal service. Mail still gets around, but a lot of it goes by ground now instead of by air. They have lots of semis coming to New York. If I mail a package to the city on Friday, you usually get it Monday or Tuesday. Those trucks move pretty well unless there's some bad weather.
Now, towards the end of your career, when did you leave the United States Postal Service?
Well, my last day is February 28th, so it's coming up very soon.
All right, for a long time there, the mail carriers ended up like half their route was junk mail, right? Delivering junk mail?
Oh, yes, and this last political season was probably the worst of all. We had tons and tons and tons of those political ads. Carriers were out very late delivering that. Right now, it seems to be Amazon is our issue. There's more packages than the carriers can take out. So we're trying to find people just to take parcels out, and then the mailman can take out the mail and the smaller parcels that actually fit into the mailboxes or the storage units near the mailboxes. Post office has changed quite a bit.
For sure. Now, if we had put you in charge of the post office, what do they call that, the Surgeon General? Because you'd really have to do triage on the post office.
It's Postmaster General. He's doing the best that he can, I must say, but there's a lot of moving parts, and mail is different. Delivery is different through different parts of the country. Delivering city mail is a lot different than delivering country mail.
Now, question, when guys used to get certain kind of mail in paper bags, you know, that was highly sort of covered up, oftentimes they had a division within the police department, the Postal Service, that was like a detectives division that would follow up on that to bust you if you were receiving pornography or, more importantly, anything that might have smacked of pedophilia.
The only things I can remember was years ago seeing the magazines. They're wrapped in black plastic. It's very nondescript looking magazines. You could tell it was a magazine by the way it felt. But other than that, they probably sneak the other stuff through. I don't see that too often anymore with the age of the internet now.
And so if you had to reform the post office, if you were part of Doge, Elon Musk's operation to try to cut costs dramatically because the post office is just bleeding money. I mean, just bleeding money. What are some of the remedies you might take right away, Lisa?
Well, I would probably say less chiefs and more Indians. We're a little top heavy on management, and we can't get people to work, just carriers and clerks to jump in and start. I think a lot of it is because we drug test, and marijuana is legal in a lot of states. So I think they couldn't pass a drug test, so they don't apply. And it's a very physical job. I know you don't think the window positions are very physical, but that's the last position you go to. You normally start off working mail machines, moving parcels. It's an aerobics class all night long, and it's a 24-hour clock. A lot of people can't do that. They don't have the physical stamina to realize that you won't be doing that forever, but you have to do the hard part to get to the easier jobs. I think just the way people are, they're not motivated to go to work and work hard to start with. So I don't know how you attract you can't offer a sign-on bonus. Say if you stay 2 years, and then we'll give you $10,000 because you could stay for 2 years and do lousy work. I don't want to give you money. So I don't know what the answer is. I think the culture has really changed. The work ethic has changed over the years.
Have you ever actually delivered the mail yourself?
No, I've been a window clerk the entire time. When I first signed up, I had a choice, either heat and air conditioning, work inside, or the elements outside, and then dogs that want to eat you. And I chose the lesser of two either, so I became a clerk. And I have no regrets. I enjoy my air conditioning and my heat. I love to take care of the customers. I'm not your typical person on the window that takes care of you. And a lot of my customers do tell me that. It annoys my coworkers sometimes, but I don't care what they think. I'm here to take care of you. You are the reason for my work, not an interruption of my work.
That is correct. The one thing I felt time and time again whenever I'd walk into a U.S. Postal Service facility to look at the most wanted. Remember, the FBI would always publish the most wanted list in the post office before it went online. You'd have to actually go into the physical location and find where they had number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yep, we had a clipboard there, a little spiral thing at the top, and you could stand online and you can flip through that and look to see if you know anybody on there. It was always very interesting. But I think once the internet came out, that kind of stopped. Now you can find it online, but you can find it on your phone while you're waiting online. Most people don't bother anymore.
Well, certainly do appreciate that. Thank you for the lessons in terms of what exactly the United States Post Office personnel do, both at the window and in terms of their other activities.
Curtis, love you. Curtis for mayor, all the way out here. I support you.
Hey, I'd love to be mayor in Butte. I've been in Butte with that lead smelter, and I got to tell you, that's the armpit of Montana.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Oh, I love Butte. You see, the rest of it's too nice. It's too gorgeous and no people. Lots of Indians, lots of coal mines, but strip coal. We're not talking about the mines like you used to see in Pennsylvania. No. They strip it there. So lots of Indians, lots of these dirtbag cheap casinos that the Indians run, lots of buffalo, lots of deer, not that many people. Not that many people at all in Montana. A huge state. Man, if people would end up moving to Montana and have a huge migratory wave, you still would have so much space left over. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Love you like I do. Don't know why I love you. Don't know why I care. I just want your love to share. I wonder why I love you like I do. Is it because I think you love me too? I wonder why I love you like I do, like I do.
Dion and the Belmonts. Boy, I had an opportunity to see Dion, not the Belmonts, Dion, years ago. It's when Marty Markowitz was still the borough president of Brooklyn. And he would put on these fabulous shows right in Levy Park where Brighton Beach meets Coney Island. And Dion and the Belmonts, the backup group that he had there was performing about 4,000 people, a lot of fans there. And then afterwards, I and Johnny Legit and Marty Markowitz and Dion went to Gargiulo's right there in Coney Island and sat and talked for hours. As you know, Dion and the Belmonts were from the Bronx. I was from Brooklyn. Johnny Legit, a.k.a. Paul Carlucci. He was from Astoria, Queens. And Marty Markowitz was actually born and raised in the projects in Brooklyn. He lost his father at a young age, and that's generally when families ended up in the projects. And he went to, I believe, Wingate High School, the pillbox right next to Kings County. Now, right there, I call that the pillbox. Pretty sure I got that right. Yeah, Wingate. Yeah, no. I'm good. I got it. You know, I got it. 1-800-848-9222. So we're sitting there talking Dion and the Belmonts, talking about what it was like Arthur Avenue, Theodore Roosevelt High School there. Their own Dominic Carter went to. By the time Dominic went there, it became a drugstore, all kinds of illicit drugs. But Dion and the Belmonts, it was great. And then he got to talking about what it was like on February 3rd of 1959, which Cousin Brucey earlier tonight, greatest DJ of all time, was extrapolating about because he's done a few shows on this every anniversary. The anniversary is, in fact, tomorrow. So that's February 3rd, 1959. Talked about Buddy Holly and Richie Valens and the Big Bopper on this plane that ended up crashing in the cornfields of Iowa, where he said it was so cold. He said, look, so cold. It felt at times like 40 degrees below zero. And remember, there's nothing to block the winds. It's not like trees or mountains or hills, man. That is flat land in Iowa. You're in Iowa, man. It is flat. There are more pigs than people in Iowa. But he was not on that plane, I believe. He was either too sick. They were all sick, he was saying at the time, if I remember correctly. He had viruses, cold. The cold weather was so bad that they had these retrofitted buses, school buses, that would take the groups around. And it's like they were touring in the heartland of America. There was another spot every night. Oftentimes they were traveling long distances. And so on that particular night, I remember him saying that I think it was either Buddy Holly. I think it was Buddy Holly who wanted to charter a small plane to get to the next location, which was in Minnesota, but they had to fly into North Dakota. The weather was perilous. There was like lots of clouds, very gray. It was late at night. And the plane, unfortunately, ended up crashing into a cornfield, and everybody on the plane was dead. I mean, these are the accident stories about planes that I think resonate, that I would prefer to talk about rather than what happened in Washington, D.C., or regurgitate what was happening in Philadelphia. I would much prefer to talk about this because this had an indelible impact on people for years. Remember, that was 1959. They're still talking about it. People were crestfallen. They can remember where they were when they heard that Buddy Holly and Richie Valens and the Big Bopper were dead in that airline crash. Yeah. It's a whole different world. A whole different world. In fact, I'm pretty sure that song by Don McLean. Yeah, you're going to have to play that on the break. Wait, American Pie. I'm pretty sure that song is exactly about when the music died, the plane crash involving all those great artists. Anyway, right now, let's go to John, who's calling from Long Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, John.
Hey, Curtis, regards to the post office, how it's become obsolete, the reason why the COD is kind of out the window because people are using Zelle and PayPal, that kind of removes that factor and the cost of it so much cheaper. I remember as a kid, my dad he would restore cars, and he'd get the Hemmings newspaper magazine, had all these guys selling parts from all over the country, and he would send them like either a roll of film or those disposable cameras. He mailed to these guys like in somewhere in Montana or somewhere, and they take photographs of all the parts they have, mail us back the actual camera or the film. We develop it and we look at the parts to pick out we have to restore our cars. Now it's been eliminated because the internet. We just kind of do it instantaneously with our phones and and computers and so forth. So the post office is really dwindling down. It's going to be all I get now is junk mail. I take it right in the garbage. I don't look at it anymore. So times are changing for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I watched recently a guy on his route, and it just seemed to me that the mail that he had bundled up in a rubber band, he had it separated by the person receiving it was, as he said, mostly junk mail.
Yeah. Talk about Butte, Montana. Evel Knievel's from Butte, Montana. As a kid, I loved him. I always wondered, what's Butte, Montana like? And you mentioned like this, the armpit of the state.
Oh, the worst. The worst. They got a lead smelter there, boy. You'd end up, if you spend any time there, growing 3 heads on your torso.
I thought Evel Knievel was doing those jumps. He was probably all polluted with those chemicals in his head. It'd be so dark, the daredevil.
The Snake River. Remember how you had to buy a ticket? They had it before there was cable. They had these special programs. You'd buy the ticket, you'd be in the theater, and there was Evel Knievel preparing to jump the Snake River. You were like, what?
I was there. I did it.
Yeah, he was unbelievable.
It was like 12 hours late, too. It was not simultaneous at the same time. I forgot it was delayed by 2 hours or something.
And I think he ended up breaking almost every bone in his body.
Yeah.
I met him one time. It was the only time I went to the Statue of Liberty, because most people live in New York City or the surrounding area. They don't go to the Statue of Liberty unless they're taking friends and relatives who were in as tourists. So I was out there because they were releasing a new product called Virgin Cola, which was a knockoff of what the guy with Virgin Airlines, who owns that island in the Caribbean, was doing.
Yeah.
And
Branson.
And he had what he called a soapbox. You put a soapbox up and you would talk about Virgin Cola. And he had me and Evel Knievel there. And, boy, we had like a 2-hour conversation. This guy had broken just about every bone in his body.
And mind you, Curtis, when he did those jumps, he had a heavy motorcycle. The stuff they do now, very light and all aluminum. He had an all-steel bike. I mean, that guy was a really pioneer, and he had some guts on him. I saw him. He came to Nassau Coliseum, just opened up here. I live in Nassau. It just opened within a few months. He came to town. There was a big motorcycle expo, and he did jumps in the basement. He did a 5-car jump. And I was a young kid at the time, but he became my hero, and I kind of followed him after that. But he was a ballsy guy to do what he did on those heavy motorcycles, man. That's very difficult in this day and age. So he was really. I hope he had good insurance if they gave it to him.
Absolutely. First of all, as you said, just to have survived in Butte, Montana, without ending up with 3 heads on your torso was amazing. But John was there. And I was there with Evel Knievel right there by the Statue of Liberty as we were on our soapbox promoting Virgin Cola, which was carried in the supermarkets but bombed. They just couldn't compete with the space that was allocated for Coca-Cola and all of its products, and then Pepsi-Cola and all of its products. And then you had, remember, CNC Cola, the big bottles of CNC Cola, and then you had the champagne of colas, Coco Rico. And you remember Coco Rico? Oh, yeah, Broadway Billy. You remember that, Tony. And Tropical Fantasy Punch. They came out of that bottling plant, the Pepsi bottling plant on Pennsylvania Avenue and Linden Boulevard. And then all of a sudden, Tropical Fantasy Punch was selling by the caseload. Yeah, 49 cents for a 16-ounce bottle. You could actually wash your windows with that blue stuff that they sold there. And then in the black community, they were passing around flyers that the K on the bottle, which was for kosher, was really the KKK. And then nobody bought it. And the owner and the operator had to have a sit-down with all the reverends there and explain it, and then he had to grease them, and then all of a sudden they would get up in the bully pulpit on Sundays and say, guess what? It's time to start drinking Tropical Fantasy Punch. Does anybody remember that, huh? Does anybody remember that? 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Kurt, who's calling from Staten Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Kurt.
Good morning, Kurt. Good morning, Curtis, again. Listen, did you say earlier that Galileo was burned at the stake by the Catholic Church?
No, I was saying they were threatening to burn him at the stake unless he had an epiphany and suddenly declared that the world was flat and not round as he knew it was.
You know, all right, okay. Let me try to explain this. In the Old Testament, all right, the authors of the Old Testament, which there were many, described the earth as being flat and it stood on pillars. All right. If you ever get a copy, if you can get a copy of the St. Joseph's Bible, all right, it's a Catholic Bible, all right, and they actually have a picture on there. They put a picture, a drawing to just to show how it was described in the literature. But Galileo, for the last 9 years of his life, he was confined to his residence. He was not. They couldn't. Church, they couldn't find that he committed a crime because he didn't. He was just asserting what he believed was the truth.
But let's face it, the one who stood up to the church at that time was Copernicus, the Polish astronomer.
Okay. I got something to say about Copernicus too, but Galileo died. He died in 1642. All right, he started to have heart problems while he was still under the house confinement. I don't want to say house arrest.
Whoa. It was house arrest. There was no other way to describe it, Kurt. The only thing he didn't have was the bracelet on his ankle.
He wasn't, but he wasn't there for a crime. They did not find him committing a crime by saying that the earth is round.
Well, they implied that he might get a hot seat if he continued with that nonsense.
Yeah, but he eventually died of heart problems and a high fever in 1642.
Now, do you think they threatened him with a Columbia necktie?
No, I heard you. No, it was no Columbia necktie. You know, that's not funny. I couldn't believe it took so long for somebody to answer you. I knew that right away. I learned about the Columbia necktie a long time ago.
Oh man, Columbia! You know how many times I was threatened with a Columbia necktie? And I said, I don't wear ties, and I especially don't wear bow ties. And they said, we can fix that. We can make sure your tongue becomes your tie. I said, oh, yeah, I got that. Yeah. Go ahead. Go for it. You got to slice my neck first. He said, man, this guy is crazy. He's out of his mind. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848.
This is another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Long, long time ago, I can still remember how that music used to make me smile. And I knew if I had my chance that I could make those people dance, and maybe they'd be happy for a while. But February made me shiver with every paper I deliver. Bad news on the doorstep, I couldn't take one more step. I can't remember if I cried when I read about his widowed bride, but something touched me deep inside the day the music died. So bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. Did you write the book of love, and do you have faith in God above? If the Bible tells you so. Do you believe in rock and roll? Can music save your mortal soul? And can you teach me how to dance real slow? Well, I know that you're in love. Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye and singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. Now for 10 years we've been on our own, and moss grows fat on a rolling stone, but that's not how it used to be.
You know, my sense is, obviously, I know nothing compared to the greatest DJ of all time, Cousin Brucey, about this. As has been said over and over again, the day the music died, but I guess there are tidbits of information in Don McLean's song that you can sort of put together. As Dion had told me and Gargiulo's and others, who were like blizzards out there, 30 degrees below zero. This before global warming and climate change. Guys on the tour had flu. One guy had frostbite. They were thinking they had to cut off some toes. The buses were always breaking down. All it was like reconverted school buses, and the heaters were never working. And you'd have a coin toss for seats. They had to hit 24 Midwest cities in the heartland in 24 days, no days off, 12-hour bus rides. And remember, back then, the interstate highway system hadn't yet been completed. Came about during the Eisenhower years, but it hadn't yet been completed. And then it was, I believe, Buddy Holly who decided, hey, we gotta charter a plane, get ahead of the rest of the guys on the bus tour because I need to get some rest. So it was Buddy Holly, who I believe was married at that time. His wife was in New York, although he was Texan. Richie Valens, Californian. And then the Big Bopper, who was also from Texas. The pilot, who apparently had not had enough flight hours and made a wrong decision because he thought he was climbing when, in fact, the plane was descending based on the gyroscope and the horrible crash into the fields of Iowa where there are more pigs than people. And to this day, people remember what they were doing on that day when the music died and when the plane went down and how they had heard that the three performers who were on that plane, Holly, the Big Bopper, and Richie Valens, were dead, including the pilot. So that was 4. So that was a great conversation that Cousin Brucey had earlier. As he also was telling that story, was the guy who was our own, South Beach. Didn't know that. The Elegants were from South Beach, Vito Pacone, who was explaining how they were out there in the heartland touring. And, in fact, after the death of the three performers, after the death of Richie Valens and Buddy Holly and the Big Bopper, they were replaced. That tour continued. It's not like all of a sudden they discontinued the tour. The tour continued. It had Fabian and, I believe, Frankie Avalon from Philadelphia who joined that tour to take their places. And it's not like they were making a lot of money at those locations. Nope. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Bobby, who's calling from Brooklyn. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Bobby.
How you doing? Earlier you mentioned Vito Patrone of the Elegants. What famous mob movie was he in?
Was he in Goodfellas?
Yes, he was. And the scene with Billy Batts came home, they had the party for him. There was 3 guys in a corner. One guy with a hat, then there was a tall guy who was on a date, and the tall guy was Vito Patrone because he was a friend of Scorsese.
I'll tell you, man, that was such a great scene, man. Hey, go get your shine box. Go get your shine box there. And I mean, all of a sudden, the guy, he went nuts.
I'll give you a part 2 to that.
Yes.
Where did Vito get the idea for Little Star of Mine?
Oh, Little Star, that great song. Now,
where did he get the idea for that song?
That was their big hit, right?
You know where he got it from?
No, where?
Watching the Star Wars movie.
Wow.
And he came up with that song, Where are you, little star? Where are you?
Vito, you're almost as bad as Dominic Carter and Sid Rosenberg and James Flippin and everybody else who tries to sing here.
And he's like me and you. He's a Brooklyn kid.
Now, where did you grow up in Brooklyn?
I grew up in Park Slope.
And what high school? Do you go to John Jay or Manual Training?
Come on, brother. Manual Training.
Well, that
Before it changed. I was manual. I was born on 3rd Street between 6th and 7th Avenue. I only had to walk a block to school. How great was that?
Hey, did you go there when Joe Pepitone was going?
Pepitone lived 2 blocks away from me on 3rd Street. In fact, my father used to say, when he used to walk past, he used to say, that guy's bad news. He's a bad guy. And you know what happened? Pepitone ended up getting shot in the schoolyard of Manual Training when nobody got shot.
Now, with a zip gun, right?
In the 50s, nobody got shot. And he got shot in the schoolyard of Manual Training.
And almost lost his athletic career as a result.
He survived that. He survived that. Good old Pepitone.
He was great. I'm telling you, I'd watch him out there. He was smooth. He played center field also, not just first base, and he made basket catches like Willie Mays, like Roberto Clemente did, like Tommy Agee. I mean, he was great.
He was one of a kind, and he was a Brooklyn kid. That's why we're always proud of him.
Oh, he lived on Ralph Avenue for a while, and my Uncle Ralphie worked for the Rockaway Parkway livery service, cab service, and he'd sometimes call up over there, and my Uncle Ralphie, big Yankee fan, would end up driving him to Yankee Stadium for the game.
So I got to tell you a little story. So I used to work for the Daily News, so I got tickets in like about 1986 to the baseball writers' dinner, right? So I was born on 3rd Street, 6th, 7th Avenue. He was born on 3rd Street, I think, between 3rd and 4th Avenue. So we're coming into the event, and he happened to be next to me, and he said, "Hey, Joe, I'm a Park Slope kid. You know, I live 2 blocks away from you." You know what he said to me? This is at a baseball writers' dinner, like a great event. You know what he says to me?
What?
Who gives a fuck?
Oh! Yeah, that sounds like Park Slope guys back then. People don't realize Park Slope was tough. Carroll Gardens, you had all the Italians. Park Slope, you had a lot of Irish, Puerto Ricans, some Italians. There used to be fights all the time. Anthony Weiner grew up there. It was still a little tough, and then now, forget about it. They're all soft. They're all soft there now. But no, Park Slope, man, used to be a tough area. Manual Training turned into John Jay High School, tough high school. Let's go to Vince in Long Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Vince.
Yeah, Curtis. Just wanted to give you the rest of the story about the day the music died and Dion.
Sure.
I've heard him on a radio program talk about the reason why he didn't go on the plane. He asked them, how much is the ticket? And they said $38. And he said, $38, that's what my parents pay for monthly rent back in the Bronx. And he, in his mind, he couldn't justify paying $38 for a plane ticket.
Wow. And that saved his life.
Yep. I heard him right from the horse's mouth. He was on a radio program talking about it.
Yeah, no, that saved his life. It's interesting because that was in the fields of Iowa. Do you know of another plane accident that occurred in the fields of Iowa with a person at that time who was considered unstoppable, undefeated?
A plane crash?
Yeah, plane crash. Very similar. Very similar.
Person in the entertainment business?
I I guess you could say that. We'll play charades. The entertainment business, but a brutal business, a very brutal business.
A boxer?
Yep. Iowa, too. In the fields of Iowa.
And that's as far as I'm going to get.
Oh, well, then what I'm going to do is open it up to everybody else out there. What boxer am I talking about that perished in the fields of Iowa also due to a airplane crash? And I almost died in the fields of Iowa, probably other than being shot 5 times with hollow point bullets on the orders of John Gotti Sr. to John Gotti Jr. and the Gambino crime family by Michael Leonardi, who is the hitman, and surviving that June 19th of 1992. I think there was a more perilous situation that I was involved in Iowa, which should have taken my life. Oh, boy, this is getting deep. No, I'm not talking about the airline crash in D.C. I'm not talking about the airplane crash in Philly. I'm not talking about the fires ending in California. And I'm not talking about Trump imposing tariffs on China, Mexico, and Canada. No, save it for somebody else. Because to me, they couldn't repeat words more quickly enough. I haven't learned anything about what went on in those areas because all it is repetition. This stuff is not repetition. This required preparation. 2 hours of preparation for every 1 hour on the radio. And if you don't do that, you're cheating the audience. And if you're cheating the audience, you're cheating this thing of ours, the most intimate form of communication that has ever been created. I say by Marconi, others say by Tesla, the terrestrial radio. Let's go to Dave, who's calling from Arizona. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Dave.
Hey, good evening from warm Tucson, Arizona. It's going to be 80 degrees this weekend. So come on down, Curtis.
Man, I love Tucson. In fact, the old police commissioner there was Linda Ronstadt's brother.
Yeah, Linda Ronstadt. She's a winner.
But anyhow, he tried to lock me up in Tucson. But go ahead, Dave.
You remember Paul Harvey, the rest of the story?
Yeah.
He told a story about Merle Haggard was going to be on that plane, but he gave up his seat, and he was devastated after that. He went to Phoenix, Arizona to just kind of hibernate, and then he finally got his head back together. But that's an amazing story that Paul Harvey told years ago. But I tell you, Curtis.
No, you're right. You're right. But to me, other than the accident, obviously, which was so traumatic to so many, the fact that they would be touring in these retrofitted school buses, these yellow school buses, with no heat in temperatures that were like 30, 40 degrees below zero wind chill factor, because remember, you're on the fields of Iowa. There are no hills. There are no trees. There are no mountains to cut that.
Cold.
That's right. And that
the hawk
is talking.
Is talking. I went hunting outside of Winterset years ago. I was on leave visiting my cousin down in Winterset, the birthplace of the Duke. And we froze our doo-doos off, man. It was cold, Curtis. We got some pheasant, though.
I will tell you, though, they're phenomenal stories. At least the one I heard from Dion at Gargiulo's in Coney Island. This is not, obviously, years later, 30 degrees below zero. They were grabbing anything they could and burning it on the bus just to stay warm. You know, newspapers, anything they could get their hands on, cardboard. I think they called that the Winter Dance Party because that was when winters were winters. Now we don't have that anymore. And that was the heartland of America, the Midwest. They toured South Dakota, North Dakota, Minnesota, all in those areas. Iowa. Nobody has yet come up with the other plane that crashed in Iowa. Iowa's tough in the winter. Man, you get that black ice. That's right, brothers out there. You must put the ice out there because it ain't white ice. It's black ice, and you get those 18-wheel tractor trailers. on that straight interstate. Oh, man, when they jackknife, whoo, it's like you're at the bowling alley. They take out all the pins, and the pins are vans and cars, and it just crushes them. That's almost what happened to me. And do you know how that happened, Broadway Billy? You're going to have to wait. It involves somebody very famous in New York City that I was going to see while organizing the Guardian Angels in Davenport, which is about 250 miles away from where he was. And I decided we were going to try to go. They were closing all the interstates. They were saying it was too perilous, too much black ice, too much snow. And I said, I got to go to Fort Dodge. Now, why would I have been going to Fort Dodge, which was about 250 miles away from Davenport? 3.5 hours by vehicle with the ice and the snow, double that, and I almost got killed in a jackknife. Oh, wait, you ain't going nowhere. Let's go to James Inside. Oh, that's right, we can't go. Oh, man, I'm so quick. I want to tell this story, but no. Don't you go to sleep on me now.
In the still of the night, as I gaze from my window at the moon in its flight, my thoughts all stray to in the still of the night.
Classic Dion and the Belmonts, right out of Arthur Avenue in the Bronx. Had a great chance to talk with him. I think he lives in Florida now, but he had come up to perform for the Swifty Lazar. Marty Markowitz at that time, Brooklyn Borough president, who would put on the shows, the free shows at Levy Park, right where Brighton Beach meets Coney Island. Place was packed for Dion. Then afterwards, we went to Gargiulo's. It was me, Johnny Legit, a.k.a. Paul Carlucci, a whole bunch of others. And he regaled us in stories, and especially about how they had to hit 24 Midwest cities in 24 days, no days off, 12-hour bus rides, freezing their tuchus off. And he was able to survive. He was able to survive, and he remembered those that did not, like Buddy Holly as the Big Bopper, which we'll talk about in the next hour. And Buddy Holly, as Cousin Brucey did an amazing job earlier tonight. I decided to pick up on that. The day the music died, February 3rd, 1959.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Hello, baby. Yeah, this is the Big Bopper speaking. Oh, you sweet thing. Do I what? Will I what? Oh, baby, you know what I like. Chantilly lace and a pretty face and a ponytail hanging down, a wiggle in the walk and a giggle in the talk. Make the world go round. There ain't nothing in the world like a big-eyed girl that make me act so funny, make me spend my money, make me feel real loose like a long-necked goose, like a girl. Oh, baby, that's what I like.
February 3rd, 1959. This was the Big Bopper. One of the three who were in that downed plane, the pilot era in so many ways, according to the report, at least what I read. is that the pilot didn't have enough flight time. And when he thought he was going up, he was really going down. And then they crashed into a cornfield, and all four were dead, including the Big Bopper. Came out of Beaumont, Texas. I spent time down in Beaumont, Port Arthur, Houston, organizing Guardian Angels in Houston. My dad used to sail all the time into Port Arthur. I mean, we're talking black gold Texas tea and a lot of oil tankers going in and out of there, chemical ships because they had the refineries there. They also had the chemical plants there. It is a highly industrial and very toxic area. But the most interesting thing about the Big Bopper is that he might well have created the first music video in 1958. No, there was no MTV at the time, MTV videos. No. But he may have, according to folks in the field who said, yep, he really did. But what I admire him for is that he had actually set a record that I cannot break. I cannot break this. He broadcast 5 straight days. 5 days, 2 hours, and 8 minutes. Nonstop. Taking showers during the newscasts. And now he was spinning stacks of wax at that time and doing a little bit of talk, but I thought I had set the record for 28 hours one Memorial Day weekend at the old WABC. Everybody was taking off for the Memorial Day weekend and said, hey, Curtis, you want to do my shift? You want to do my shift? I said, certainly. Started at 12 noon on a Friday, an extended weekend, and I didn't get off the air until 4 noon the next day straight. And I remember the program director, Phil Boyce, had left on Friday afternoon. And then when he tuned in Friday morning, he said, how come Curtis is there? And the board operator said, Curtis hasn't left since yesterday. And so the program director was like, all bent out of shape, Phil Boyce. He talked to me during one of the breaks. He goes, you're going to have to leave now. I said, it doesn't matter. There ain't nobody here to take my place. I'm doing everybody's shift. And I did it up until 4 o'clock that afternoon, that Saturday afternoon. So a total of 28 straight hours. Nothing compared to the Big Bopper, who did 5 straight days, 2 hours, and 8 minutes. And I heard that story spoken about by Cousin Brucey, the greatest DJ of all times, without a doubt, on his program earlier on Saturday night. It was amazing. So the Big Bopper played a total of 1,821 records in the lobby of the Jefferson Theater in downtown Beaumont, Texas. Nonstop, 5 days, 2 hours, 8 minutes of broadcasting, and he would take showers during the 5-minute newscast. Man, I admire him for that. I ain't even close, 28 straight hours. And then I think the Mamaluke Frank Morano, I think he did close to that on Staten Island Cable. He did a marathon on his own. I think he did close to 28 hours. I know I participated in that. I was flying back from Disney World where I spoke at the Children's Miracle Network annual event. I was the keynote speaker. Had Anthony with me at the time and his mother. He had adenoid problem, which made it really horrible for him to fly in the air. And I remember, let's see, I flew back I had gone to Cape Town to check up on the Guardian Angels that day it started, flew to Disney World in Orlando, Orange County, and then flew back to Newark International Airport, drove over to where Frank Morano was setting his marathon Staten Island Cable record. I think it was about 28 hours. And that was Anthony, my oldest son's first appearance, the guy that you know from WABC. That was his first appearance, a little kid, little baby. And I think Frank Morano had on Bernard Goetz, and he had a whole bunch of other eclectic people. Man, very eclectic. But I remember coming all the way back to be on that broadcast. But I 5 days, 2 hours, 8 minutes straight. How did he stay awake? No explanation of that, none. I was hoping to hear more about that from the greatest DJ of all time, Cousin Brucey, a.k.a. Bruce Morrow. But he did not. Let's go, if we can, to James calling from Syosset. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, James.
Hey, Curtis, don't forget about, these damn plane crashes back in the day. Lost the Leonard Skinner band. And what about the great Patsy Cline? Her plane, she was getting ready to take off in her career. If you remember, she was a country western singer, but she sang really Americana beautiful. Her plane flew right into a mountain, like with no notice, just, crash and boom. And just a great female vocalist. And I wanted to ask you if you knew about how Buddy Holly, how they got the name of his group when they were just starting to make it. They never had a name. And they were playing in an old garage. Did you know that story?
No, but he was from Texas, too, like the Big Bopper, right?
Yes, he was. And right when the record people were getting on to him, with his vintage Fender Stratocaster, he was a bopping dude, and they says to him, "Listen, we can't do anything for you unless you come up with a name," and they couldn't come up with a name. So Gary Busey played him in the movie. Did you see the movie?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it was good. Well, anyway, there was a cricket on the wall, crawling up the wall, and the guy says they had him on the phone and says, "Listen, you better come up with something now." And so one of the other players said, "We're the Crickets," and that's how they got that name.
Wow. So Buddy Holly and the Crickets.
Buddy Holly and the Crickets, that was the group. And also, Curtis, if you can, this would be great, but when the Flim Flam man in the city, the mayor of the Legal Aliens, when he cuts out and he starts to drop, tell Broadway to come back with a song from 1996 by Question Mark and the Mysterians called 96 Tears. Cry, 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 96 Tears. I think that should be played when he goes down.
Well, let's make a note of that. Broadway Bill Lee is too busy eating French fries now.
Yeah.
Stuff in his face. My God. You would think that he was on death row and this was his last meal before they strap him into old Sparky. My God, this guy is like he never had French fries before. They're like talking, eat me, eat me, eat me. Oh, my. All right, so wait a second. Let me write it down for him because he's got grease all over his hands. What is the name of that song?
It's 1966. It's Question Mark and the Mysterians is the group, and the song was 96 Tears, one of the greatest songs of all time. He knows he's going to know it. It is. You should do it just a dry run tonight on it. It's very cool.
1956, right?
1966.
Oh, 66. That was a very good year. 1966. Yeah. Question Mark and what else?
And the Mysterians. Question Mark and the Mysterians.
And the Mysterians. Now, that may be a little too much for Broadway Bill Lee because he's like, when the French fries are good, and they have enough salt on it, he's licking his fingers. His finger licking good. What a pig.
Hey, Curtis, did you also know Richie Valens? That he was the one that did O'Donna?
No. I know he was out of California, right? Mexican-American?
Yeah. He did La Bamba. Did La Bamba. And then Trini Lopez went on later to do it. But he did O'Donna, which is probably one of the most beautiful blow dances at the high school dances back in the day. When that song played, man, everybody started grinding up. That was probably his greatest song was O'Donna.
That's what I want next. You got that Broadway Bill Lee, Richie Valens, O'Donna, right?
O'Donna.
Yeah, O'Donna. I had a girlfriend named Donna, and I never said O'Donna. I had other words like,
Yeah, well, he's crying to it in the song O'Donna. Curtis, these high school dances at Monte Cristi High School, when I was a teenager back in the day. It was down on Ditmars Boulevard off of Crescent Street, a great Catholic high school, unisex there.
Yeah, now it's
And
St.
man,
John's
man.
Prep. Now it's St. John's Prep.
Yeah, yep.
I
You're
love
right, man.
Monte
You know a lot.
Cristi. I went to some meetings in Monte Cristi. That's where Ron Artest went. Boy, they had some great basketball players who went there. He had his little anger management problems over there. But I love that campus.
definitely.
I love that campus when it was Monte Cristi. I love it now when it's St. John's Prep. And it's a perfect place to have a Catholic high school.
That's right. And Monsignor McClancy, but that was all boys. That was a little bit of a drag. But Monte Cristi had a lot of action going on. When they had a dance on Saturday night, man, I'll tell you, it was nothing like it.
Well,
So that's it. So
McClancy,
it's O'Donnell.
McClancy, that was right near the Boulevard factory before you hit LaGuardia, the Grand Central Parkway. And those
So it was behind.
Yeah, those brothers would smack you right in the head.
Yeah, it was behind. It was like Powell Memorial. You got your ass kicked in Powell Memorial. My friends went there. I didn't go there. I didn't want to get hit.
The Christian brothers. Oh, yeah, the Christian brothers.
Yeah. Yeah. Guy used to walk around with a German Shepherd and a bat.
They can't imagine what it was like in the Catholic school. And by the way, you went to those dances. You had a sister school. You always had a sister school.
Oh, yeah, they were on board. The sisters were on board, man.
Right.
They come and separate you. They come and separate you if you got too close.
Well, not only that, remember at the time the pants were very tight. So the Jesuits would have a tennis ball, and if they couldn't drop the tennis ball between your trousers and it come out your legs, they'd say, you got to go home. You got to change these
You're right.
trousers.
Yeah, you know what it was? A lot of the guys would wear remember the chinos, Curtis? The chinos. Yeah, that's what it was, man. If the tennis ball didn't get down there, it could have been a ping pong ball, would have been better. But if the tennis ball didn't get down there, you were out.
That's right. That's it. No excuses, man. And they were bird dogging you at these dances. I mean, you couldn't swap spit. You couldn't all of a sudden start necking heavy. None of that.
No. And the girls, the girls, there was such, not everybody, not everyone, but those Catholic girls, man. I went 1 through 8. I went through 1 through 8 at Catholic school in Jackson Heights, and then going over to the high school when the beautiful girls in 1 through 8, 4th grade and on started looking real pretty, and then get into high school, and all of a sudden you're looking at these bikini beauties, And but when you got close, man, the sisters were right there, and the hand would go right through the middle of the tuies and just, set you apart and say, now, just back up now, young man, just back up. Never young lady, always young man,
That's true. And they knew you were excited, and they were trying to keep you from having an embarrassing situation on that dance floor.
Yeah, that's right. You'd get separated by that, And also, that's when it was starting with, very light makeup and lipstick and getting really, really cuted up really nice. It was a great time. And, of course, it was live music. You had, there was hot bands. There was no DJs then. Everything was live music on the stage with Johnny Constantine and the Next in Line. Those guys they made it happen, man. Doing Spencer Davis, Give Me Some Lovin'. That's the song that got everybody nuts. Was Stevie Wonder when he was 19 years old. He recorded Give Me Some Lovin' with the Spencer Davis group, and that's the song that they played, and everybody went wild.
No, you're absolutely right, James. Boy, you have sort of revived those memories. Oh, those were great memories. Really great memories. I got to tell you, I almost had a flashback there. Richie Valens. He brought back those memories. Now, remember, I was a little on the younger side then, but I still remember. Look, 1959, I was 5 years old, so I was really just an observer at that time. But all my older cousins, and they were all into that. You know, they'd be playing those 45s at home on the Victrola, and I'd just be watching, and they'd be talking about what it was like, and going to Palisades Park, swings all day and after dark. You know, Cousin Brucey, a.k.a. Bruce Morrow, would be presenting Bobby Rydell and the other performers then, the world's largest saltwater pool, except Palisades Park wasn't in Palisades Park. It was in Fort Lee, where the mayor lives, in apartment 22H, with his beard, his boo, Tracy, that nobody ever sees. Oh, let me hear that. Let me hear. Oh, nice slow jam. Nice slow jam. Now, what happens if the girl's name wasn't Donna? And you happen to say Donna, and she said, "My name's not Donna." Uh-oh. Now you got trouble. 1-800-848-9222.
This is another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Music, Broadway Billy. You've been at this 50 years at WCBS-FM with your very dear friend, Brooklyn's Joe Causey. They used to call this spick and span music. See, that's how you avoided making a pejorative remark. You know, you'd hear that. Some of the guys are like, nah, that's spick and span music. What did you say? No. You know, I got it clean with spick and span, right? Come on. Come on, you had to be quick. Anyway, let's go to the phones. It's Floyd calling all the way from Iowa, where there are more pigs than people. Yeah. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Floyd.
Yeah, Curtis, that guy that got killed is Rocky Marciano. He's a famous boxer. Got killed up around Newton, Iowa in a plane crash. Now, Curtis, what I want to ask you about something, I worked with a guy, Big Ed, at a pork processing plant. He said he was in a Guardian Angels chapter in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I didn't know you guys were out here. He says that not only there, he says you got chapters in Japan. You're international? I didn't know that.
Yep, 13 countries, 130 cities. We'll be having our 46th anniversary when I started the group in the Bronx on February 13th. I spent a lot of time in Cedar Rapids, and I spent a lot of time in Davenport.
Now, I used to see you on the Tomorrow Show with Tom Snyder. I think that's the first time I saw you. That guy always had a cigarette in his hand. You were on there with your red beret. I think that's the first time I seen you. And I didn't know the group was that big. And here's something I got to ask about. How is it you guys letting I know you got people that give a hoot about each other there in New York. How is it your subways, the police, and you guys, how is it that you got these idiots on there burning this girl up and no one's helping her? Demora, I think that was her name. That's about 3 or 4 weeks ago, wasn't it? How come nobody helped her?
Oh, you mean, unfortunately, the woman, Debbie Kuam, who got turned into a torch, a human torch. No, that has been ever since that situation that I attribute to the Daniel Penny factor, where people refuse to get involved now. They said, I don't want to be like Daniel Penny. Now they don't get They don't get involved at all. Telling you.
Come on. You get in there, you help. You don't stand there and watch that happen.
Of course.
Now, I see that your outfit would do that. If your guys
absolutely.
are there,
absolutely.
they're right. You could have a little guy, a guardian angel. I don't care how small he. And I've been told this. I've been told that you don't send them out one at a time. You go at least two of them.
That is correct.
And that if you see something going on, you get yourself in there. You make a difference.
Now let me ask you a question. You know where Fort Dodge is?
Fort Dodge is up on the Des Moines River, just going up straight, just about the northwest part of the state. You're getting up to that. I know Fort Dodge is.
But that's where.
And what do you got? What's your question?
That's where I almost got killed. And I'll tell you how.
What happened to you?
Well, I tell you what. Again, it's the winter weather in Iowa that is perilous. So it's 2008. Presidential primaries. Barack Obama came out of nowhere. I remember I was in Davenport. I was talking to people who wanted a Guardian Angel group. In the library, there were 70 people there. A few blocks away, there was then Senator Biden. He had 17 people. And at a nearby high school gymnasium, Barack Obama had about 4,000. And let's face it, we knew what happened after that. But I went to see my kumbatachich, Rudy Giuliani, who was running in the Republican primary. He was running against John McCain, if I remember, Mitt Romney, Mike Huckabee, Ron Paul, Fred Thompson, Alan Keyes, and Rudy. And he was appearing at the Fort Museum Opera House in Fort Dodge. And it was in the middle of winter, because, that's when the primary takes place there, the Caucasoid primary. It's only only like 25,000 people in Fort Dodge. So we drove about 230 miles, about 3.5 hours from Davenport. We went right through Cedar Rapids, stopped and visited the chapter there. And then we're on, I think it was Highway 20, and we're heading towards Fort Dodge, and it's slick. It's like black ice. And we lost control of the van, and there was a tractor trailer. A flatbed carrier had a big load of drywall there that they make there in Fort Dodge. It jackknifed, and, man, it was coming right at us. And I said, that's it. It's over. I've been shot. I've been stabbed, but I'm going to end up dying here on Highway 20. And it smacked us, but it didn't crush us. And I got to tell you, I was the luckiest person alive with the driver who was a Guardian Angel, because we should have been dead. We should have. You
are lucky.
You are. When that flatbed carrier jackknifed on that slick road, all black ice, we were dead. It had a full load on that flatbed carrier, a full load of that drywall that they make out there. I think you people must eat drywall out there in Fort Dodge.
They must. Hey, I got a question for you.
Yes.
You say you got chapters all over the place. Are you like the FBI director? Do you go to every graduate class and meet these people that are Guardian Angels?
I used to before the lockdown and pandemic March of 2020. Now you can do a lot of that by Zoom. So I don't travel anywhere near as much. But a lot of times, I can do things with Zoom that years ago you had to be there in person.
Yeah. Well, then this group you've got, these Guardian Angels, they're the real thing. They're just show up at a parade and get going.
Look to their accomplishments. We've had 6 Guardian Angels shot and killed in the line of duty, 36 seriously injured. They put themselves on the line. They risk their lives, carry no weapons, but we will get physically involved. We will detain people.
You go. That's because you get in there, you make a difference. You see something happening, you don't just stand there and watch that. You get in there. Hey, Curtis, it's always good to hear that you people are out there. And I didn't know you was in Japan. You say you're overseas, and this guy, Big Ed, he just kept talking about you guys all the way through. We worked at a pork processing plant.
Man, and I'm telling you, there was a time in Iowa you didn't have enough workers. This is before you had all the illegals coming. That they would go to they would go to states with prisons like Nebraska, Tennessee, Arkansas, and when the guys were getting out, they'd offer them jobs in the meat packing and pork packing processing plants in Iowa.
Yeah. Hey, let me tell you something. There was a time you couldn't even get a job interview unless you had a prison record. You couldn't get in there to get the job unless you had some kind of arrest record or some kind of prison record to get the job, because they knew that you'd do the work. Let me talk to you later, Curtis. Always good to hear your show.
You got it. Do appreciate that, Floyd. Man, I got to tell you, Floyd's a real piece of work. Wow. Man, we went around the world with the Guardian Angels. My international director, hi, Keiji Oda-san from Tokyo. Actually, originally Sapporo, way up in the north. And he told me, we have bears up here. I said, get out of here. And they have big signs in the roads, beware of the bears. I said, get out of here. And they were there, way up in the north. Well, that was good. That was good. And remember, we started off by talking the other major airplane crash in Iowa was Rocky Marciano, undefeated heavyweight champion of the world. My grandfather loved Rocky Marciano. He was out of Brockton, Massachusetts, outside of Boston, the home of champions. The other great fighter who came out of there, a black guy, middleweight, who spoke perfect Italian. Now, I wonder if anybody knows who I'm talking about. I mean, spoke perfect Italian. In fact, spoke perfect Italian better than my very dear friend who ended up fighting him, who actually lived for a while on Avenue K and Remsen Avenue, Vito Antifermo. Who am I talking about? Spoke better Italian than Vito Antifermo, a black guy from Brockton, Massachusetts, home of champions. Who am I talking about? 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. But back to Rocky Marciano. We didn't tell that story. Floyd didn't give me a chance. We got caught up on Guardian Angel history. So here's Rocky Marciano, 49 fights, 0 defeats, 43 knockouts. I mean, that's rough. That's a rough guy. I think from like 1947 and 56. He retired at the age of 32. His problem was managing his money and the influence that organized crime had on boxing. Oh, man, it was bad then. It was really bad. So Rocky Marciano believed in cash and carry. He didn't trust the banks. You know where he kept his money, Broadway Billy and Tony? In his walls of his house. He would make holes and drop the money behind the walls. That's what my grandfather, Fidel Bianchino, did. He did not believe in banks. When he eventually died, the toilet was backing up. So a plumber came in and found that he had stuffed so much cash behind the toilet that it caused it to start leaking. And then when there's smoke, there's fire. So they started doing repairs in the building that he was living in. He owned the house there. And they realized that the walls were filled with cash. So if he went and he gave a speech or he went to a dinner or a banquet, everybody wanted Rocky Marciano there. They would pay him in cash. And apparently, if the story is correct, as my father told me, he was in Chicago for a banquet, and they wanted him in Iowa. I think it was Des Moines. And he was going to fly a regular jet from Chicago O'Hare Airport into the Des Moines, Iowa airport. And in order to save money, because he was frugal, if you're a success, they say you're frugal. If you're not a success, they say you're a cheapskate. And he cashed in the ticket on the regular airline and took a puddle jumper, like almost a crop duster, and ended up dying because of problems that, again, who had it? The pilot. The pilot apparently was not ready for prime time. So in order to save money, Rocky Marciano took a much smaller airplane, and it ended up crashing. Wow, man. Incredible. 1-800-848-9222. Rocky Marciano is like our own program director, Kevin Joyce, would go to church all the time. He was a church-going Catholic, Mass, Novena. He had hoped to see the Pope. I think one of the last things he did was the simulated fight, Marciano versus Muhammad Ali. Remember, they did two different types, one in which Ali won, one in which Marciano won. And everybody always wondered who would win, who would win. Would it be Ali or Marciano? Because Marciano, boom, would hit you like a brick. Ali would float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, said Bundini Brown, right next to his manager, Angelo Dundee. So said the man with the worst rug on his head, reporter for ABC, Howard Cosell, who used to do 30-second, 1-minute updates at the old WABC. He was a jerk. 1-800-848-9222.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Oh, yeah. Why did I play Freebird? Leonard Skinner. 1977, they had just finished a concert in Greenville, South Carolina. They had to do another concert in Baton Rouge at the stadium, LSU, the Tigers. The next day, They boarded a chartered Convair CV-240, and it ran out of fuel. How the hell did it run out of fuel? They had the whole band on. They had the roadies on. Their manager was on. Some of their groupies were on. Ran out of fuel and crashed in Gillsburg, Mississippi. Ronnie Van Zant, oh, man, he was great. Dead. Steve Gaines, dead. Other band members, ironically, survived, but serious, serious injuries. The group was never the same after that. Leonard Skinner, keep the South alive. The South will be revived. The South will rise again. Remember, they'd have concerts at Fulton County Stadium, the old Atlanta Braves Stadium with Ted Turner. They'd have like 70,000 people. I didn't see any black people there. Black people really didn't like Leonard Skinner because they'd be flying that Johnny Reb flag, that Confederate flag, that Stars and Bars, the flag of treason. There were the Allman Brothers at the time, but there was no one as good as Leonard Skinner. No one as good as Leonard Skinner. When they would start riffing on that stage, there was nothing comparable. And again, another accident, an airplane accident, a chartered airplane at that time ran out of fuel. How do you run out of fuel? It was one straight shot. They were going from Greenville, South Carolina to Baton Rouge. Halfway over Mississippi, they realized we're going down. Mayday, Mayday, we're out of fuel. We're out of fuel. Oh, my God. Can you imagine what that was like? That plane was descending into a mountain range in Mississippi. Smash. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Let me hear that. Let me hear that. Never saw any black people at a Leonard Skinner concert. Never did. Never would. Man, I mean, you had some real scraunchy-looking hillbilly types like they were right out of Deliverance. Yee-haw! Get the rope! Brothers were not going to be taking in no Leonard Skinner, but, man, they were so good. They were so good. Let's go to the phones, though. It's Steve calling from Pearl River. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Steve.
Hey, Curtis, that'd be Marvin Hagler you were talking about, no?
That's right. Marvin Hagler also came out of Brockton, City of Champions, like Rocky Marciano, and spoke fluent Italian.
He was an interesting guy, and he was a great fighter.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, Clint Eastwood made his claim to fame doing spaghetti westerns in Italy and then came to America and then didn't get any bigger than Clint Eastwood. Marvin Hagler went to Italy and did the spaghetti westerns there after he finished his boxing career.
I did not know. Curtis, I'll tell you, every once in a while you surprise even me because I usually am loaded down with all that minutia. And you really, I did not know that Marvin Hagler was in spaghetti westerns, Curtis.
Well, I was recently with Vito Antifermo, who had that fight with him. There was a draw in Las Vegas.
He's still alive?
Oh, yeah, still alive. Andy Rush Musso used to fix his matches, head of the Colombo crime family, along with, that's right, I said you were a member of the Colombo crime family, and I meant it. Sonny Corleone, who sued me, he sued me, that guy, because I said he was attached to Andy Mush Russo. Which he was, James Caan. Freaking sued me. How do you like that, Steve?
Curtis.
But anyway, Marvin Hagler, amazing. His Italian, and Vito Antifermo, who was about age, said, "Oh my God, this guy speaks like he was born in Italy."
And just so you know, Curtis, I didn't need the internet to come up with that.
Yeah, no, he was great. Remember, you had at that time, you had Tommy the Hitman Hearns coming out of the Kronk Gym, Southwest Detroit, tall. You had Sugar Ray Leonard. You had Marvin Hagler. You had Vito Antifermo. And then you had this Syrian guy who was from Atlantic Avenue. I'm forgetting his name.
Oh. What about a guy named Michael Silk Elijah Day? You remember that guy?
Yes.
Very good, Curtis. I had to sneak one in there, to just show that I got to get some cred over here with the boxing.
But there was the Syrian guy from Atlantic Avenue who was so
and
good.
I can't remember his name either.
Hamad or something like that. He was great. They really had some terrific middleweights at that time. Terrific. And, boy, they left everything in the ring. There was no, early exits. They left everything in the ring. I got to go back. I got to go back to Rocky Marciano. I'm thinking right now, hold on a second. He fought, who did he fight? He fought Ezra Charles. Yeah, he fought Ezra Charles. He also fought, it's going to come. Jersey Joe Walcott. Never trust anybody with three names. He took the title from Jersey Joe Walcott. My grandfather, he loved Rocky Marciano. 15-round fights back then. Ezra Charles, he fought twice. You know where Ezra Charles was from? You have any idea where he was from? New Jersey. He was the athletic commissioner for a while. I think he died in Camden County. And, it was like, he was Mr. New Jersey at that time. I think he was the sheriff of Camden County also. You know who was the referee for the Sonny Liston Muhammad Ali fight, the second one? This is after Cassius Clay was befriended by Malcolm X and decided to join the Nation of Islam and change his name to Muhammad Ali from Cassius Clay. It was fought in Lewiston, Maine, the Phantom Punch, which is now... The population is mostly guys from Somalia, the same place that Donald Trump had bombed earlier on Saturday. Lewiston, Maine, the Phantom Punch. Do you know who the referee was, Tony? You have any idea who the referee was there? Boy, I just gave you the answer, man. It's like you can't figure it out. That was Ezra Charles. And they said the Fix was in on that. The mob had fixed that fight. Yeah, the second Sonny Liston fight. Remember, Sonny Liston had been in prison. Many people thought that he would have whooped Muhammad Ali, a.k.a. Cassius Clay, the first time in Miami Beach in the arena there with Angelo Dundee in the corner with Bundini Brown, remember? Yeah, floats like a butterfly, stings like a bee. His name is Muhammad Ali. And then he was befriended by Malcolm X, and he turned his name to Cassius Clay, to Muhammad Ali. Decided not to serve in the military because of the Vietnam War. Conscientious objector. They stripped him of his title. He was collecting splinters for years. And then his first match back was against Jerry Quarry in an arena outside of Atlanta. Jerry Quarry, great Irish fighter. Was a counterpuncher. Ali beat him, and then it was Oscar Bonavena in Madison Square Garden, the Raging Bull. Man, Ali had tough fights, man. And then, you know what that led to? Joe Frazier, Muhammad Ali, Madison Square Garden. And Frazier knocked down Muhammad Ali and won that 15-round extravaganza that then led to a second fight and a third fight, the Thriller in Manila, right? Come on. Yeah, do it. go down to, I think Leonard Skinner came out of Jacksonville, Florida. Sweet Home, Alabama. No, that was Alabama itself, and that's where we're going to go to talk to Frank. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Frank?
Hello, my friend. How you doing?
All right. Which part of Alabama are you calling from?
I'm in between Birmingham and Huntsville.
Oh, Huntsville.
Yeah. I've been down here a lot of years, but I go back and forth. I'm originally from the village. I remember you when you were a kid. We're probably, I don't know how old you are. I'm about the same age, probably.
I'm 70.
I remember.
I'm 70. March 26th. I'll be 71.
Yeah. How do you like that? I'm March 21st. I'll be 60. You're a few years older than me.
What high school did you go to?
At LaSalle.
Oh, wait. Did you go to the Cosa Nostra wing of LaSalle Academy in Long Island?
No, LaSalle on 2nd Avenue and 2nd Street.
Oh, okay. All right.
You forgot about, I don't know, because I was on hold or whatever. You forgot about Wilfredo Benitez.
Ooh.
At that time. I remember Wilfredo Benitez.
Oh, pound for pound. What a great fight. And people didn't like the fights because he didn't go for knockouts. He just went to win the fight. I saw that fight in San Juan on television between him and Sugar Ray Leonard. It was pure art, an art form.
Wasn't he Duran's, brother-in-law or something?
Not sure, but he ended up having a serious drug problem. I mean, he was shooting up.
God bless him. Well, that racket, forget about it,
Yeah.
Who knows better than you?
Yeah, oh, man, that was these guys, drugs, fixing fights. And then, of course, there was Macho Camacho. How can you forget Macho Camacho?
Yeah, God rest his soul. He wound up. Well,
yeah, they killed him. They killed him in Puerto Rico. They killed him. Man, we could go on and on. I feel like Bert Sugar here, Ring Magazine.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Padre, Filio, Spiritus Sanctum. February 3rd, 1959, the day the music died. We talked about other airplane crashes. I wasn't going to talk about D.C., Black Hawk helicopter. I wasn't going to talk about the Philly crash and the fires ending in California and the tariffs being imposed by Trump on Mexico, Canada, and China, Red China. I mean, come on. Man, that's too much talk about that. That's not entertaining. I mean, come on. It's easy talk. All you do is regurgitate what you hear on Talk TV. They got to play all those videos in the background. No. We took you to a place tonight. And we still got 2 hours to go to the break of dawn, but we took you to a place this morning that few, if any, people go to. We connected all the dots. And just remember, this thing of ours, the most intimate form of communication that has ever been created. 2 hours of preparation for every 1 hour on the air. If not, you're cheating the audience, which is all of you.
Check this out. On the weekends, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Till the break of dawn, ain't nobody going to sleep on me, Broadway Billy and Tony. Nobody.
Some people got to have
scam of the century. Bitcoin, a.k.a. crime coin, blockchain, which is nothing more than a Ponzi scheme, this cryptocurrency. And we're in double trouble because the president is being led into a situation that could be traumatic to everybody because all of a sudden these cryptocurrency bandits have got him and his attention span to potentially think of replacing the world currency, the U.S. dollar, with crypto. Now, first off, let's talk a little bit about crypto because most of you folks don't know what it is. You've heard it bandied about. Bitcoin, they call it. I call it crime coin because it's all about crime. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's making something out of nothing and then getting people to invest millions and millions of dollars into it. There is a statue in a park in Bulgaria, in Budapest, to the guy that they claim invented Bitcoin in 2008, Satoshi Nakamoto. Hi. Satoshi Nakamoto. Sounds like he could be related to Admiral Yamamoto, who led the Japanese fleet off of Pearl Harbor and then began the Pearl Harbor attack. Eventually, the United States got him over the Pacific towards the end of the war and eliminated him, but Satoshi Nakamoto. Now you say, who is Satoshi Nakamoto? He supposedly is the guy who invented crime coin, a.k.a. Bitcoin, except nobody ever admits to seeing the guy. He's like the Wizard of Oz. I don't believe he even exists. They said he wrote a white paper about this very subject of Bitcoin, a.k.a. crime coin, a.k.a. blockchain, a.k.a. cryptocurrency. I don't believe it. El Salvador in Central America now has the largest jail incarcerating gangbangers. There, it doesn't even mean you get a hearing. It doesn't even mean you get a trial. It just means they snatch you up like body snatchers and they toss you into this state-of-the-art prison in which you're nut to butt with the other prisoners. You've probably seen some of the video. But that's not why I mentioned El Salvador. El Salvador has adopted Bitcoin, a.k.a. crime coin, as legal tender. They want you using Bitcoin when you make purchases instead of gauging it up against the U.S. dollar. Oh, my God. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-9222. And this is amazing what they are saying, what information they're getting out there about this Bitcoin. And again, if you ask them who started Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto, did anybody ever see him? No. Like the Wizard of Oz. Like the Wizard of Oz. So who are the two characters who have almost universally destroyed Bitcoin, although it was able to survive? First, you have Sam Bankman-Fried. Where is he now? He is the Maytag. He is the cellmate for Sean Puff Daddy Combs in the federal house of detention there in Sunset Park. I don't know if they're having freak-offs there, but he is the Maytag to Sean Puff Daddy Combs. Who am I talking about? Sam Bankman-Fried. Never trust anybody with three names. And he is going away for a long, long time. Already been found guilty on all charges. 25 years. Although he made 5 billionaires out of his fellow classmates. I think he went to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology when they set up shop in the Bahamas and basically started to rip off their customer base. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. And they talk about this cryptocurrency wallet, 6 million users. Hey, let me tell you something, Tony. If you lose your Bitcoin, tough noogies. There ain't no way to replace it. It's gone in perpetuity. If you lose the code, if you forget the code, forget about it. It's gone. You just played Santa Claus. There are no protections and none of the typical apparatus that exists when you're using currency or you're making investments in other matters. Oh, no. But there are two infamous individuals who are in jail now, one more infamous than the other. Let's go to Sam Bankman-Fried.
How did you do this so quickly? I mean, your company is 2 years old, and you're doing something like $400 billion worth of volume per month, which is 25 times what you did a year ago. How did you get the uptake at scale so fast?
You know, it was really just a lot of small things put together, a lot of decisions that we've made around how to build the product, trying to be as responsive as we can to customers, to regulators, to counterparties. And, honestly, from our perspective, it sometimes feels like the world is just going sort of in slow motion around us and that we're going at, about an average speed by our standards.
It was ripping them off to the tunes of millions and millions of dollars a day. Yet the guy was making even more money hand over fist than Mr. Amazon was making himself. It was Changpeng Zhao. Changpeng Zhao. Yeah, say that fast. Changpeng Zhao. I want you to listen to what he has to say because he owned Binance, which had $96 billion in assets. $96 billion. And all they were going to contribute to him and Binance was a few shekels, a few coin, in order to stay whole and stay relative.
On a very personal basis, how you think about Sam, and the reason I ask is I think at some point, obviously, you were friends, you were his original investor in all of this. Can you fathom that he lied to you like this, if that's the case?
Yeah, so I'm very shocked that I obviously did not know him until about a week or so ago. So I'm just shocked. I'm shocked that he lied to everybody.
You didn't know him till a week ago?
I didn't know what kind of person. I didn't know that he lied to everybody until a week ago.
Up until a week ago, huh? You're both in jail now. And yet we're told trust. You can't do that, ladies and gentlemen. I'll get into the nitty-gritty and explain it to you momentarily. But let's go to the phones. And Bob, who's calling from Brooklyn, your turn to be heard here at WABC. Bob.
Yes. Good morning. I have a minor correction on the plane that went down in Iowa. Richie Valens and J.P. Richardson weren't feeling well, so they were scheduled to get on the plane rather than take the bus. Also scheduled was Dion, because he wasn't feeling too well. He was late getting to the airport, and the pilot said, "We can't wait. The weather's getting bad. We can't wait. And Buddy Holly went instead of Dion.
I didn't know that part of it.
This was interviews long ago. Several times Dion mentioned that, and it really shook him up just to repeat it.
Oh, yeah. No, I can imagine. I mean, look, 1959, we're now in 2025. Those guys died, and had they continued to live, they probably would have lived up until now. Maybe they would have been dying now, but that meant they were deprived of about a good 50 years of their life. A good 50 years of their life if everything had worked out normally.
It still shakes me up when I think about it, because I'm 83. So in 59, I was 17 or whatever it was. And when I heard about it, because, they were very popular. J.P. Richardson, Richie Valens, and Buddy Holly, for crying out loud. They were like, it's still upsetting.
But notice they were on a daily tour, 24-day tour. They were hitting one spot a day in the heartland of the Middle West, 30 degrees below zero. Retrofitted school buses, yellow school buses. They were freezing. One guy had frostbite on his feet. They had the flu. They were sick. And then as soon as they got wiped out of that air crash, it didn't stop. They just brought in Fabian and Frankie Avalon to replace them.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
Totally different era, Bob. Totally different era. You don't see barnstorming like that anymore, that's for sure.
No way.
And those people really appreciate it out there in the heartland. Like, for them to show up at, like, an American Legion post and put on a show, it's like, wow. You know, these guys from New York are here. These guys from California are here. These guys from Chicago are here. I mean, that was big stuff.
Yeah, let me add this. No question, ABC is very influential. You've got a large listenership. Is there anything the station could do to help Wendy Williams?
Yeah, Wendy, boy, they got her. You know, it's almost like she's in a Britney Spears kind of situation.
Terrible.
Where
I met her only for like 2-3 minutes years ago. I mean, just hello, how are you? That was it.
Yeah, it's like
they say it's a debilitating disease. But right now she's fine. In 5 years from now, if you got to put her away, fine. But let her live the next 3-4 years. Let her enjoy herself.
Yeah, no, it seems
she
like
can take care of herself. She can take care of herself. She can get around. Her son's willing to take. I don't understand how the courts could let this happen to her.
Yeah, and assign a conservator to basically run her life, even though, as you saw in that interview she did, she didn't seem like she needed anybody to speak for her or to handle her affairs.
They signed her to take her money. Look, she was interviewed on TMZ, on Extra, on I think it was Access Hollywood or whatever, and she seemed fine. You know, it was only a short interview, but she seemed fine.
That is correct. That is exactly correct. But, you know, they're claiming she has that first level of dementia, you know, that at times she is not in control of her mental faculties. I saw that interview. She called in to Charlemagne the God in the Breakfast Club. Yeah. She was very lucid. She was very cogent, very much like Britney Spears, who had that person assigned. You know, first it was her own father, you know, the conservator from the court to manage everything that they do. It just strikes me that in what we heard her speak of late, that Wendy Williams is not impaired. They make it seem like she's impaired.
Exactly.
She is not impaired.
She might be. Right now, she's fine. Look, I'm a disabled vet. I've got AIDS with me. I live alone, but they're here about 7-8 hours a day, and I'm home. It doesn't put me away anywhere.
No, that's
I'm
true.
Sure she can get an aid. If she has to go out, don't go out alone.
Well, you know who knows? You know which two guys here know her very well. You have Sid Rosenberg, who actually appeared on her show. I'm going to see what he can do, and Dominic Carter, who knew her personally. So, going to see what we can do because, you know, clearly this woman is in control of her mental faculties. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
This Bitcoin, a.k.a. Crime Coin, the blockchain cryptocurrency, is a Ponzi scheme, and it's about to implode. We'll get to that momentarily, but let's go back to the phones. It's Michael from New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here on WABC, Michael. See if we can go to Michael in New Jersey. Hold on a second. We're having technological problems here. disqualificator has been disconnected from the main conducive point that needs, that's Bob in New Jersey. We'll stay with Bob. Let's stay with Bob. Oh, wait, we got Michael in New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here.
Here?
Yes, Mike.
Okay, I want to first thank you for making my day because you brought up how Rocky Marciano brought back memories. My dad took me to get cheesecake for my mom when I was about 3 years old. He said, and he pointed to Rocky Marciano, and he told me, "Oh, champion boxer of the world." You know, he loved him. But that's not why I called. I called because I was born in New York City. I stayed there for 25 years till I was married, and I went to Jersey for a while, did something big. Went back to New York, did something big. That's not why I'm telling you. My wife currently, we met you a long time ago. You were in front of Dwayne Reed, I believe, in Forest Hills. My wife's name is Michael, and my name is also Michael. And you probably don't remember us, but we both love you and your wife. And my wife has been in the nursing home for a year. I took care of her for 29 years, and I'm there 6 days a week. And I want to help you, Curtis, because I think we have to start putting together a campaign. I know you haven't declared yourself mayor yet, but it's time. I want to be able to send you information. How do I send you stuff? Do you get it by mail? I have a whole thing planned that would help you.
Well, I tell you what, Michael, this is what you do. Tony will get you on, will get your information, and then we'll stay in communication. Just make sure Tony gets all of his contact information, name, phone number, and email address. Make sure. Let's go to Bob in New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Bobby.
Curtis?
Yes, Bobby.
Oh, no, I'm in Manhattan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. I do want to talk to you. By the way, we did take out Isoroku Yamamoto. It was on April 18th, 1943, right over Bougainville, biggest of the Solomon Islands. We had found out he was coming to inspect Japanese bases out there, and we decided that we would take him out. We did it in such a way that we didn't even let the Japanese know that we had broken their JN-25 naval code. But that isn't the reason I called you. A lot of interesting things happened on February 14th, down in history. I'll give you a couple, very quick ones.
Sure.
February 14th, 1866. 14 men rode into the town of Liberty, Missouri. They robbed the Clay County Savings and Loans Association of $70,000. You know who their leaders were? Frank and Jesse James. First bank robbery in American history. Now we jump to the 20th century. February 14th, 1945, 1,100 U.S. and British bombers totally wiped out the town of Dresden in Germany, a town with no military importance whatsoever, except that the Russians had asked us if we would bomb and destroy Dresden because the Russians were coming, and they just wanted us to mess up the Germans even more than they were messed up. I'll give you one more for February 14th. February 14th, 1943. The remains of the Sixth Army surrendered at Stalingrad. 90,000 German troops, 250,000 had been killed in a 6-month battle. Friedrich von Paulus was their commander. Of those 90,000, only 2,000 ever made it back to Germany. So, February is an interesting month for various historical events. And incidentally, you mentioned the St. Valentine's Day Massacre in Chicago.
Yes.
You mentioned the flower shop.
Yes.
You know who the guy was who owned it? Deanie O'Banion. He was the one that all the mobsters went to when they needed flowers for the various funerals.
That's right, but then eventually he had to have floral bouquets for himself because Capone had him whacked.
Absolutely. He was one of the no one's quite sure. He probably was a member of Bugs Moran's outfit. Because it was, as you know, it was Bugs Moran from the north side versus the Italian boys from the south side. And incidentally, I do remember where I was on February 3rd, 1959. I was a junior in a parochial high school, and when the news came about the death of those three individuals, it was a shock. It was like a thunderclap to the music industry. And you talked about it so well. You really made it a event of historical importance, as far as I'm concerned, from a music point of view.
Well, you know something? I was just really coming off of what was a great presentation hours before that by Cousin Brucey.
Oh, I heard that interview, by the way, with the head of the what was that group again?
It was fabulous. He started off by talking to the gentleman who was from the South Shore of Staten Island. So I'm listening to the guy, and I'm saying to myself, boy, this guy sounds like he's right out of Central Casting. And then they're going into the whole doo-wop, a cappella scene, 1958, the Elegance. He's talking about how...
Yeah, the Elegance, that's it.
Right, how Bobby Rydell had a bungalow there, his family, because a lot of people had bungalows there from Maryland and Pennsylvania in the summer. And then how he was traveling with the Elegance, with Buddy Holly, Dion and the Belmonts, Chuck Berry, Jerry Lee Lewis, all over the country. And he just brought life into it, and how those guys were in the middle of the heartland of America in February and in January, the worst of winter.
Winter, yes.
When it was real winter, and in little school buses with no heating.
By the way, one last point. You mentioned Butte, Montana. Let me tell you something. You have traveled. I have taken many, many trips across the country. I love traveling. In the old days, way, way back when, I used to go by Greyhound until I discovered Amtrak. Let me tell the folks here in New York just how big Montana is. If you take the Empire Builder from Chicago to Seattle or Portland, it's the same train. You go through Montana, and it takes you almost 12 hours just to go through Montana. You get into Montana at 11:30 in the morning, and you don't get out till almost 11 o'clock at night, 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. But interestingly enough, the train does not stop in Butte. It doesn't stop in Billings. It doesn't stop in Helena. It doesn't stop in Bozeman or St. Regis. It stops in places like Wolf Point, Whitefish, Libby, Browning, Glasgow, Malta, Haver, East, Essex, Whitefish. I mentioned Whitefish, Essex, East Glacier, West Glacier. I mean, all these little places. And if you want to know what it's like traveling through Montana in the middle of winter, it is just spectacular. You see all that snow out there, and I mean, it's just wonderful. But I've traveled through Montana on buses. I've traveled through Montana on trains. You realize, by the way, that Montana is 700 miles from east to west.
Well, the amazing thing is you can be riding for many, many hours, and you almost don't come across any human beings whatsoever. No human beings. And you got casinos there, Indian casinos. You got native Indians out there. You got some buffalo. That's it. Man, it is land waiting to be occupied, land waiting to be settled, land waiting for migratory pattern to come in. I mean, that's the next place. Next best area is going to be the northwestern part of the United States, eastern Washington, eastern Oregon. And then you got Wyoming, you got Idaho, and you got Montana. Montana is so much unsettled land. When they say we don't have enough land, not true. That northwest sector, plenty of land. 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Sal, who's calling from Brooklyn. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Salvatore.
you, if I may.
Do you do doo-wop or a cappella or both?
I don't think I do either, Curtis. I think it's basically, maybe it's in the jingle-ish genre, if you will.
Oh, very good, very good.
All right, this goes out to the many listeners. WABC's lineup, no one can beat us. For that, we can thank John Katsimatidis. With John, you'll know you'll never have to barter. His checks don't bounce. Just ask Dominic Carter. Or maybe you'll like Curtis, Rip, and Reed. At least they didn't give another show to Brian Kilmeade.
The crap is going to hit the fan.
Our 50,000 powerful watts. That's the best you'll find. So put down those Broadway tickets. This is Theater of the Mind. There you go, Curtis.
Excellent. Bravo, fortissimo, bravo. Bravo, Salvatore. You know, you could really have a career as another Enrico Caruso there, Sal. All right, maybe not Enrico Caruso. All right, I mean, that's you'll get the drift. Yeah, my grandfather loved Enrico Caruso. I forget which station he said he would listen to him on in radio. The New York Times station? Oh, yeah, you know, my grandfather. Hey, it's the only place he could hear Enrico Caruso. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Let's go to Maria calling from Long Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Maria.
You're the best, Curtis. You are the best.
Thank you.
Real quick, two quick things. There was another famous singer, Stevie Ray Vaughan, but it was a helicopter accident. 1990, the year I got married. And then one other quick thing, Curtis. The Bitcoins that you're talking about?
Yes.
Now, I worked for the IRS for 32 years. That is a new form. It's a type of income, and a lot of people do not know that there's income being reported in their name, their social, under those companies with Bitcoins. But it's like an investment, and you got to come back and show the IRS like the cost basis and all that kind of stuff. But it was a new type of income. A lot of people weren't aware that companies were reporting them to the IRS. And then the last thing, and I'll let you talk, my friend. Did you get my apology letter? Do you remember me? Go ahead, honey.
Oh, apology, my God. What were you apologizing for?
You forgot. Okay, I'll tell you real quick. You know David from the Bronx?
Yes.
I got the Asian guy mixed up. I was agreeing with him, and I apologized in a letter. This was months ago, a couple of months.
Oh, man.
Anyway.
Oh, man. Now, let me get back to, you were mentioning Stevie Ray Vaughan, who went down, you said,
him.
in a helicopter crash?
I'm sorry, honey?
No, you said that he perished in a helicopter crash?
Yes, sir. 1990. Very sad. Oh, he's like Southern blues kind of rock group, like Stevie Ray Vaughan. Everybody heard of him, I would imagine.
Right. No, definitely. I don't remember that he had gone down in a helicopter.
That's okay. You can look it up, sweetheart.
Oh, no, I believe you.
Oh, I know you do. But anyway, a lot of stuff's going on with WABC. Frank's going to leave. You might leave if you win. A lot of changes coming around.
Don't worry about it. Everything will be copacetic. Remember, this is the number one station in the nation by day, number one at night all over the world. If, in fact, we have to sort of rearrange the chairs here for all the hosts and hostesses. You got a lot of talented people out there, Maria, who really deserve an opportunity to be heard, just like at one time we had to be heard versus people who were our peers at that time. Nothing to fear, but fear itself. Wait a second, that wasn't that FTR. Maybe that was TR. Teddy Roosevelt. No. That was FDR. Or was it FDR? Nothing to fear but fear itself. It sounds to me very FDR-ish, especially our conversations about Admiral Yamamoto and General Tojo. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to John calling from upstate. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, John.
Curtis, 20 years ago, I was in April, I was a Minuteman volunteer, went to the Arizona-Mexican border, and to do the job government fails to do is what we said. That operation lasted from 2005 to 2008, and all volunteers on our own time and dime. And we spotted illegal aliens, or we used to call them undocumented Democrats, and reported to Border Patrol. We established a great working relationship with Border Patrol. What many people don't know, our total numbers spotted and reported average about 1,500 a month. Border Patrol would only end up apprehending about 500. So that'd be one arrest. 2 more made it through. So for every year after year after year, that's the figures that we had.
No, I remember that. I remember that taking place. That's when the border was very porous because it was sort of going through the transition of not having any walls, any fences, any barbed wire, any razor wire, to the point where obviously Donald Trump, when he was elected in 2013, said, I want a wall from the Pacific Ocean of Tijuana all the way to Corpus Christi towards the Gulf of Mexico, or what he calls now the Gulf of America.
Right. And as a result of what we did, a lot of the media, the first time we went down, Bush, with the Secure the Border Act, fences or walls started to go up. And people don't know this, too. Walls work. I saw it. It shut it down to a trickle, if that. And that's something else to say about the Minuteman volunteers, all volunteers. Texas, Curtis, also, I saw Leonard Skinner group, one of the last concerts when I lived in St. Pete, Florida, or I went and saw them there. The ticket cost me $6.
That's it?
Yes, it was. If you ordered before the concert, it was $6.
God, it would cost you more than $6 just to have a beer at the concert.
Yeah, and they started that tour in Miami, went to St. Pete, then to Lakeland, Florida. Then they went up to Greenville, South Carolina, and crashed after that. I'll never forget it.
Wow. That is definitely a memory to maintain. $6 for Leonard Skinner. You can't even buy a beer for $6 at these concerts. Let's go to Giuseppe, who's calling from New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Joe.
Curtis, good evening. Great to talk to you. I called you a couple times before. This is my third time, perhaps. I saw you at Flood Bennett Field, so hopefully they're getting those migrants out. But here's my take on things. You mentioned Caruso. Of course, you're half Italian. My family on the mother's side was from Sicily. My uncle was an artist, painter. He's dabbled in Fort Lee, had a studio there. And I have, if you would willing to absorb it, a painting of Enrico Caruso. I would deliver it. I'm a ex-FedEx guy, and I'd bring it right to your house there as long as you're not in the congestion zone.
Well, you stay on the line here, Giuseppe. Stay on the line. Tony, let's get all of his pertinent information. Wow, a painting of Enrico Caruso. My grandfather, Fidel Bianchino, would have loved that. He loved listening to Enrico Caruso on the radio.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Who sell out in the stores? You
tell me who flop, who copped the blue drop, who jewels got blocked, who's mostly Dolce down to the two top. The same old pimp, Mace, you know ain't nothing changed but my limp. Can't stop till I see my name.
Where
on
the
the
hell
blimp.
is he singing that from? What, in jail?
Believe in Harlem World, double up. We don't play around, it's a bet, lay it down. Niggas didn't know me 91, bet they know me now. I'm the young Harlem with the Goldie sound. Can't no PD, just hold me down. Cooler, school me to the game, now I know my duty. Stay humble, stay low, blow like Hootie. True pimp, spin no dough on the booty. And when you yell, there go Mace, there go your cutie.
Was he doing freak-offs in the jail, huh?
You rather see me die than to see me fly. I call all the shots, rip all the spots, rock all the rocks, cop all the drops. I know you're thinking now when all the ball is stopped. You never home, gotta call me on the yacht. 10 years from now, we'll still be on top. Yo, I thought I told you that we won't stop. Now what you gonna do with a crew that got money much longer than yours? And a team much stronger than yours. Violate me, this'll be your day. We don't play, mess around, be on your way. Cause it ain't enough time here, ain't enough lime here for you to shine here. Deal with many women, but treat down's fair. And I'm bigger than the city lights downtown.
I had enough of this crap. Get rid of it. Freak off. Man, you're going to jail in perpetuity. Yeah, enough of that. Enough of that. Let me give you the update on this Bitcoin, a.k.a. Crime Coin. We're in dangerous area because Team Trump is flirting with something that would be the equivalent financially of a third rail. That means they are considering crypto as part of the nation's so-called strategic reserve, putting it in Fort Knox, loading up with it. That is crazy. So the U.S. government is sending a message to the world: an alternative asset is as safe as the U.S. dollar. That is crazy. That's like playing with nitroglycerin. Crypto, no way. Blockchain technology, no way. They claim it's going to make transactions cheaper and more efficient. But see how Trump and his people are playing with fire on this one. You're undermining the global allegiance to King Dollar. The dollar is the currency that everyone else gets tacked to. But under this plan, cryptocurrency, blockchain would be a player. And that would be a horror. That would be a shanda. That would be un disgraziata. So we live in a country where we're addicted to debt. We need foreigners to buy, and they're willing to do so for many reasons, including the U.S. is a great safe haven with a stable reserve currency. Meantime, you want to start flirting by putting investments into Bitcoin, a.k.a. Crime Coin, and using it as if it's your reserve? No way. No way. I hope Trump is not serious about tackling entitlement spending like Social Security, Medicare, and the like that are on autopilot and comprise the largest part of the nation's growing social service budget, and throw it all away on Bitcoin and Crime Coin. We got a $36 trillion outstanding borrowing debt that takes place on a regular basis. And you have to ask yourself, what the hell are we doing? What the hell are we doing? You got to be concerned about this. You can't be normalizing Bitcoin, Crime Coin. You can't do that. Bitcoin is different. It has no value. At its best, it's an alternative currency to the dollar. If you lose Bitcoin, that's it. You're out of luck. There's no way to replace it. Try to replace it. Try to find a telephone number that you can call. You know, I lost my Bitcoin. You know what they say to you, tough noogies? It's lost in perpetuity. You want to tack currency to something? Tack it to the price of oil. Don't be tacking it to Bitcoin. That is volatile. That is criminal in many instances. Bitcoin and blockchain are in competition with the U.S.'s financial system, and you can't allow that. A Bitcoin reserve conveys credibility to a currency that is competing with the dollar for reserve currency status. You cannot let these crime coin Bitcoin guys who have been given a haven, a shelter in Puerto Rico where they pay no taxes, a no-tax zone, an opportunity to put this on par, on level with the U.S. dollar. They want it to be a dollar replacement. You're going to be telling global investors it's better to put your money into crypto than dollar-denominated assets like our debt, $38 trillion and growing. It bothers me to no end. It bothers me to no end. So we want to start hoarding Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, blockchain. No way. No way. I'm sorry. You cannot do this. I remember in initial discussions, citizen Donald Trump was opposed to CrimeCoin, a.k.a. Bitcoin, a.k.a. Blockchain, a.k.a. cryptocurrency. He was opposed. He said he'd rather have currency in his hand. He'd rather have paper in his hand. Then all of a sudden, because he was being invited to conferences and the crypto bandits, the Bitcoin bandits, wanted to donate sizable amounts to his presidential campaign, he flipped the script. This is a super dangerous area. My God. We don't even have a handle on what to do about this $38 trillion debt that is growing in leaps and barrels. And now all of a sudden, we're going to be investing in Bitcoin and using it as an alternative currency that you would end up putting in Fort Knox. No way. The dollar is king. You got to keep it that way. And the U.S. had better not be giving the stamp of official approval to digital coin, Bitcoin, whatever you want to call it. Because then you're signaling the world that think twice about investing in U.S. dollar-denominated assets like our debt because crypto is the new thing. That is crazy. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Padre, Filio, Spiritu Santo. The curse of Bitcoin, a.k.a. crime coin, is coming about and will soon be upon us. Let's go if we can, Andrea in Long Island. Your turn to be heard here on WABC, Andrea.
Curtis, good morning. I just want to make a few comments. I've spoken to you before about the iodine and all that. Anyway, moving on. Crypto to me is crypto-crapto. I think we can all remember when it went up and then it went down and people were licking their wounds about that. And you're absolutely right. Bitcoin has no intrinsic or inherent value. It would be an extremely dangerous move if the U.S. government decided to do that, or Trump. And I voted for him, but I didn't vote for this nonsense. Crypto is it's not even a currency that has any value. Right? I think Trump needs to be hauled before Congress to talk about this, and perhaps he needs to be censored. This cannot move forward. Let me give you a
I wouldn't censor him. I don't like anyone to be censored, but you cannot use cryptocurrency as a reserve currency in Fort Knox because we've got to pay off this debt. We're never going to be able to pay it off, so you got to get foreign investment with U.S. dollars in order to do that.
I was also alarmed when he brought out his own coin, crypto coin, whatever it was, before he was elected. I found that to be rather tasteless. As I said, I am a Republican, and I've been a Republican almost all my entire life. And this is alarming.
Yeah, well, it's not just him. His wife Melania has her own crypto coin, and you're right.
Yeah,
it's wrong. It is absolutely wrong.
Horrible. Maybe that's the real Trump coming out, trying to make a profit or whatever. But remember last week with NVIDIA, the way it was soaring and going up. And I was even alarmed that I wasn't involved in NVIDIA and didn't have NVIDIA stock. And then it plunged. Crypto crapto should be the new term used by people. It's garbage.
I like that. Crypto crap out.
Crapto.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Crapto.
You can add. Perfect. Okay. Can I tell you a little bit more about the iodine situation?
Well, we'll have to save it for another day because we'll be talking about the comeback of Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo. It's taking place as we speak.
No more Cuomo. No more.
That's right. No more Cuomo. The forces that be are already laying down fire at him. And yet he is spending money to try to convert many of you who have become Republicans back to Democrats to help him because the moderate Democrats are not able to fight their own battles against the socialists. He wants mercenaries. He wants Hessians. And price is no object to Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the people's mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
It's a human sign when things go wrong, when the scent of her lingers and temptation strong, cold, cold heart done by you. Something's looking better, baby. Just pass it through. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh, no, no, no. And this is what I should have said. Well, I thought it, but I kept it in.
No more Cuomo. No more.
I've always been a soft guy. I am the love gov. I'm a cool dude in a loose mood. You know that. First of all, I'm not fuzzy. I don't want to be fuzzy. I don't even know what fuzzy means. I'm from New York. We don't have fuzzy in New York.
And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh, no, no, no.
Direct question, first one off the bat for you. Are you planning to run for mayor of New York or launch another campaign for governor?
Oh, that is a
Can't
direct
get much
question.
more direct than that.
And there will be no direct answer. I just want you to know.
Come on, you two coaches. I know you're waiting to get out of the broad. No, we're not going to get anything there.
I have no current plans to make plans.
Okay.
Yep.
Laughing at us, huh? Laughing at us. Ladies and gentlemen, I have uncovered a diabolical plot. I have connected all the dots. Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, King Cuomo II, the son of Mario Faccia Brutta Cuomo, King Cuomo I, is on the verge of entering this mayoral race on the Democratic side of the ledger. He has reached out to union leaders. He has reached out to prominent Democrats. He is putting together his coalition, and you know it's going to happen momentarily because the liberals, the progressives, the socialists are beginning to run these endless ads, just obliterating Cuomo, calling him out for all of the hypocritical things that he is saying now. That is a form of revisionism that is not consistent with what he did in 2018 when he was still governor of the state of New York before he fled Albany, fearful that he would be impeached by his own Democrats, which would have meant he could never have run for political office in New York again, not even for dog catcher, from Buffalo to Brooklyn. And he feared being indicted. So he went and he sought sanctuary, isn't that interesting, sanctuary, in the mansion of his brother who has a muscle between both ears, Fredo, a.k.a. Chris Cuomo, in Southampton, and he plotted his comeback. He had to wait, though, for his henchman, his political leg breaker, Joe Percoco, to get out after doing a 6-year bid for political corruption on behalf of Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo. He's out, he's sprung, and he's ready to go. And so now, like a zombie who can't be stopped, he has decided to emerge and say that he's going to save our city. My God, you destroyed the state of New York. How the hell are you going to save the city of New York? But he is launching this campaign probably in no less than 8 days. And everyone needs to know that his first salvos are that he's trying to convince Republicans to register as Democrats to the tune of millions and millions and millions of dollars. Easily $10 million worth of conversions. And let me warn all of you, if you happen to be a Republican who's registered in the city of New York, you're going to get endless pieces of mail. You're going to get texts. You're going to get calls morning, noon, and night trying to convince you to become a rent-a-wreck Democrat, to become like a Hessian, like a mercenary, to help the moderate Democrats battle the socialists for the soul of their party, something they're unwilling to do themselves. Let me give you the latest on this. Many registered Republicans across New York City are receiving deceiving letters saying voters should switch to the Democratic Party to be heard in elections. They're claiming if you remain a Republican, you are wasting your time. The voter registration form is misleading, as the form in the letter has the box already checked for registering with the Democratic Party. This was attempted in 2021 and failed. Former Governor Pataki and I fought this pathetic effort in 2021 as it shows the Democratic machine in New York City is afraid of the rise of the socialist voters. Instead of working hard, going door to door to convince voters to switch, they want to send you a pre-filled out form. Fight your own battles, Cuomo. Fight your own battles, moderate Democrats. Let people decide what party they want to register with. Do not fill out this form. Support candidates who resonate with you. Don't fall for this fear-mongering. And they've spent millions of dollars to do this. So you've probably already gotten this form in the mail. You're getting texts. You're getting calls. It's getting to the point where they're annoying. As I was out, is that right, Tony? They're annoying. They're not stopping. It's like harassing over and over and over. What happened to the fact that they can't just be calling you randomly? Oh, but it's a political organization. They can do whatever the hell they want to do. If I was selling a service, if I was selling a product, I would not be able to do robocalls like this. It is constant. I was out in Flushing on Saturday for the annual Lunar New Year Parade, the Chinese New Year Parade. A lot of brand new Republicans who are Chinese Americans, who are Asian Americans, all of them coming up complaining to me, Curtis, I'm getting these calls morning, noon, and night. I'm getting letter after letter. I'm getting texts. It's almost making it seem like I have to convert my vote to be a Democrat to help them in the primary. And I said, well, why? Can't they fight their own battles? It's a scam alert, ladies and gentlemen. You need to go to my social networking. I've posted this information. You can see for yourself. And I believe that it's Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo who is behind this because he's the only one to benefit. He's the only one to benefit. He claims now he is a moderate Democrat when, in fact, he's been about as liberal progressive as you can be. He's the one who started and promoted and now claims that, oh, no, I really wasn't for no cash bail. Are you kidding? You were the governor. You passed it. It's bad, ladies and gentlemen. If you happen to have been the recipient of any of these letters that are coming at you nonstop, junk mail, we'll call it. If you happen to be somebody who is getting call after call, like our own Tony here, like I and Nancy are, call after call, text after text, because we're registered Republicans, so they have access to all the registered numbers and names and information on how to get in touch with us through the Board of Elections. But it has now reached a point where it is annoying. It is no doubt they have gone beyond just simply sending you a letter, which they have a right to do, and seeing if you're willing to convert to their Democratic Party. They have a pre-filled out registration form already filled out. What the hell is this? This is begging itself, almost like to the point of illegality. Nancy's going to do a deep dive on this and come back tonight at 8 o'clock and give an update because, there are a lot of complaints about this. And it has Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo's fingerprints all over it. If you happen to have received these endless texts, if you happen to receive these endless phone calls, if you happen to receive these endless junk mail that comes your way insisting that you must become a Democrat, you must help them battle the socialists, hey, fight your own battles. It's like in the schoolyard. Wait a second. If you're being bullied by the socialists, moderate Democrats, it's time to stand up and fight your own battles. Do not perceive of Republicans as if they are Hessians, as if they are mercenaries, as if they're your French Foreign Legion. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. In addition to that, what is incredibly important here is that this is all being done in league with Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo probably within 8 days, officially announcing his entrance into the race in the Democratic primary to try to win what will be a very heated and I would say probably a very contested primary. He will immediately go to the lead of the pack in terms of the polls because of his name recognition. But the left wing is already attacking him nonstop with prepaid advertisements and drops and everything else, reminding people of everything he did as governor that he's trying to undo through revisionism. Let's go to Andy, who's calling from Rockaway. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Andy. Yes, hello, Andy. What happened? He got frozen. Oh, my God, he got frozen. All of a sudden, our disqualificator is frozen. It's probably part of an attempt to keep us from sending that information out so that you do not become a victim of an unending attempt to try to get you to become a mercenary, a Hessian, a member of the Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo French Foreign Legion. Time to fight your own battles, Andrew. Leave the Republicans alone. If they wanted to become Democrats, they can become Democrats. If they want to become independents and lose their party status, they can do it. You want to send them a letter and see if they're interested? I get it. But 10 letters, 11 letters, 12 letters, 15, 20 texts, 20 calls? It's like, stop. It's annoying. But you see, it's political. You can do that. If you were a business and you were sending texts or you had robocalls, you would be in violation of the laws that exist now. But if it's political, you can do it morning, noon, and night. There are no restrictions whatsoever. And Team Cuomo is taking full advantage of that. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
This This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
You stand behind that?
100%.
So you would do that again?
The bail reform?
Yeah.
Yes, but I wanted judicial discretion.
One of the biggest decisions in the last decade is bail reform. People say this law was enacted when you were in office. Is this true?
Yeah. I passed.
Don't punch me in the nose.
I signed bail reform 5 years ago.
Have you had a change of heart on congestion pricing in New York City?
Well, there's been a change of circumstance, Rosanna. When I suggested congestion pricing, there were two choices. Congestion pricing meant you can either stay in your car and sit in traffic and pay a higher toll, or you can get on public transportation. Choice A or choice B, you pick it. Since then, a lot has happened, COVID, etc., and everything we've been talking about New York City. There's now choice C, which is I'll stay home. The cost has gotten too high. It's another impediment. I don't want to pay a higher toll to drive into New York City that has high crime, that has homelessness. I'll stay home. That didn't exist 6 years ago. Nobody got to stay home. There were no Zoom meetings.
So are you,
and
so
I would
you
like
changed
to see,
your
I would like to.
Did you change your stance on congestion pricing?
I would like to see an analysis that shows today's present reality. If you raise the tolls, will you cause more people to stay home, which would in fact raise you less money, Rosanna? I have fought the good fight in government and politics all my life, and I am not done fighting yet. The influx of migrants is another example of just government dysfunction. What did they think was going to happen? When they went to the border and they said, "Come to America. We'll put you in a hotel room. We'll feed you, education, health care, and it's all free." He is saying it is time for the Shabbos Goy. The Shabbos Goy can do the work that benefits both the Jewish community and the non-Jewish community. The Shabbos Goy can turn on the lights on the Sabbath because it benefits everyone. It is time to turn on the lights. Jeremiah 29:11. The Lord has a plan, and I believe that.
Are they these extreme conservatives who are right to life, pro-assault weapon, anti-gay? Is that who they are? Because if that's who they are, and if they are the extreme conservatives, they have no place in the state of New York.
I said that as soon as the vaccine is deemed ready and safe, I'll be the first one to take a vaccine. Maybe we enlist you. I'll do it with you. We'll do an ad telling New Yorkers it's safe to take the vaccine. to put us together. We're like the modern day De Niro and Pacino. You can be whichever you want. You can be either De Niro or Pacino. Fauci and Cuomo. I'll give you a phone. Who do you want to be, De Niro or Pacino? Which one do you want to be?
I love them both. I love them both. I don't want to insult one or the other. If I say one, I don't want to hurt the feelings of the other.
Yeah.
So
who's the politician?
When were you negotiating for your multi-million-dollar advance deal for your book as seniors were dying in nursing homes? That is the question.
You can't make up facts, Congresswoman.
You're the one making up facts. You're the one who undercounted nursing home deaths. You're the one who I want to ask right now. You apologize today, but there are families sitting here. I want you to turn around, look them in the eye, and apologize, which you have failed to do. Will you do it?
This is not about political theater. It's
no, this is about accountability.
Why did 1.2 million Americans die?
I support the mayor, and he's a friend, and I'm trying to help him every way I can, and we should all support him, because if he doesn't do well, we don't do well, Cindy.
Your founder, Reverend Clarence Norman Sr., was a friend and a colleague of my father. Look at what's going on in the subways. I have fought the good fight in government and politics all my life, and I am not done fighting yet.
Now, I've seen you referred to a little bit recently as the love gov, and I'm wondering if that's bleeding into your demeanor at all, making you a little soft on the president, that you don't want to really criticize him because you need him, and now's not a time for fighting. But don't you have to balance that with calling him out if he's doing things that you don't think are great for the people of your state to be hearing and experiencing? Love gov?
I've always been a soft guy. I am the love gov. I'm a cool dude in a loose mood. You know that. I just say, let it go. Just go with the flow, baby,
No more Cuomo. No more.
He's gearing up, and we expect within about 8 days he will be making the plunge. He is working nefariously behind the scenes, putting together his aide-de-camps. They have put out one-sheet polls that they don't attach their names to, but we have done the deep dive, and we have determined that many of these polling operations are non-existent. And yet he has allies who are more than willing to aid and abet him in the publishing of these polls without any checks, no crosstabs, no in-depth analysis of people who are contacted. He has created this image that he is the chosen one. He is not. There is a huge landmine that awaits him the moment he enters this race. And it's something that I've hinted at before. And it goes back to 1980. That's right, Broadway Bill Lee. We've done our work. It's going to happen. When you get into the ring of fire, you must prepare to take incoming. You will no longer be able to just throw outcoming out at your adversaries and perceived adversaries. The match will be on. The work has been done. And there will be surprise after surprise along the way, leading to an October surprise. Yes, I know, Tony and Broadway Billy, you want to know, what about this female who remains a state trooper in service to the governor of the state of New York, Hochul, who has no love for Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo? She is already suing the state, which means she's suing us because Governor Cuomo perved her. You see, the job of some of the state troopers is to make sure that whoever is governor is safe and secure in the governor's mansion on Eagle Street, almost to the point where they're putting the governor to sleep. But there is this one female state trooper who, let's just say, has a lot to say. And as the former governor who fled Albany, fled Eagle Street, fearful that he would be impeached by his own Democrats, considers what he is going to do now. There is 1 out of 11 women who have charged him with sexual harassment, who he cannot degrade, he cannot humiliate, he cannot bully because she is a New York State trooper in service to the present governor. And so now the lines are drawn. When we come back, I'll explain to you a second landmine that exists out there that I have been expeditiously pursuing. And it's looking increasingly like Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo will not have a place to run nor to hide from the Sliwa research team. As you know, Nancy is relentless. And we have begun to connect the dots. And it goes back to 1980. So bring it on. When we return, we'll give you an update on that. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
No more Cuomo. No more.
This is another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Cuomo King Cuomo the second, the son of Mario Faccia Bruta Cuomo, King Cuomo first, is so vain. He thinks that he is an untouchable. But after spending hours and days of researching everything that occurred on the night of July 13th, 1980, we are coming closer, Broadway Billy and Tony, to what happened to a young man who was crushed under the wheels of a city bus, who had just been, in fact, engaged in an argument with his friend Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo at that time over, of course, a young lady. In a gin mill frequented by police, referred to as a police bar. I am free to exploit this now because the owner just recently passed away. I had committed to him that I would never speak of him in light of the fact that he was still alive. But now that he is no longer on this plane, all deals are off, Broadway Billy. Let's just say recently I have gone to the Cypress Hills Cemetery, and I have looked for that headstone of that individual, that young man, who somehow ended up under a city bus, crushed to death, and somebody who had been pushing him just moments before as they were engaged in a fight over a young lady was immediately removed from the scene. And interesting, weeks later, a black bus driver was charged with reckless driving. And yet, all witnesses that were spoken to said the driver just happened to have hit the young man who he couldn't see, who had already been pushed into the street. Who was he? A 20-year-old Queens man was struck and killed by a bus on its way to Belmont Racetrack. The driver of the bus was charged with drunk driving and leaving the scene of an accident. James Spira of 97-20 Clover Hill Road was standing on Hillside Avenue near 204th Street in Hollis, talking to a friend shortly before 6 p.m. when he was struck by the Jamaica Bus Line's vehicle driven by Paul Butler, at the time age 33, of Elmont, Long Island. People said, talking to a friend, that's not true. He was arguing with a friend. In fact, he had argued with that friend in a bar, pushing one another. The bar owner and the bartender told the two, who often frequented this cop bar, look, take it outside. You're fighting over this girl again. We're not going to have it going on here in our establishment. Detective George Ehrman of the 91st Precinct said the bus clipped Spira and knocked him onto a parked car. Spira then fell beneath the wheels of the bus, which ran over his head. Witnesses told police that the bus, which carried passengers, continued along Hillside Avenue after the accident. An alarm was issued, and police from the 223rd Street station arrested Butler an hour later at Hillside Avenue and 213th Street as he was returning from the track with a busload of passengers. Broadway Billy, very suspicious, wouldn't you say? He's out there on the street talking to a friend. The friend was never identified. Well, let's just say we're moving in. We're very close now, very close. This young man who perished, unfortunately, was the son of a very wealthy family. When I went to the Cypress Hill Cemetery to check on the headstone, there was no headstone. It was almost a full monument to the other members of his family who had since died of natural causes or of age. They have a whole plot there. And so I said to one of the grave diggers, you know, they hire the grave diggers from prison. Guys get out of prison and then they dig graves all day. So how could this be that this family of great wealth has not only headstones, but it's almost like a monument, a shrine built to their family members, each of whom died of separate causes, some of just aging. And yet, this young man didn't even have a headstone. The plot thickens. The name of Andrew Cuomo is everywhere when I talk to people. Apparently, he had been hanging out at a pizza parlor right across the street, driving around in his muscle car Trans Am, and yes, frequenting this cop bar on a regular basis. Oh, boy. You know the team of Sliwa and Sliwa. When we start digging, nothing stops us. But I must say, I anticipated seeing some kind of a monument, some kind of a larger stone with this young man's name on it. Not even a little headstone. Basically grass where the body is buried. To be continued. 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Joe in Trenton. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Joe.
Yeah, Curtis, I'm just going to make this short. You use a lot of Italian expressions. One I don't hear you use is faccia do, which is two-face. And boy, does that apply to Cuomo, applies to Chuck Schumer. Every time I say him, faccia do.
Now, I was taught dua faccia, so you were taught faccia do.
Yes.
Wow, that's interesting. I was taught dua faccia and barese, two-face dua faccia, and you were taught faccia do. Well, I will have to start using that.
You also say Madonna mai. I used to hear it as Madonna mi.
Well, see, it's not me, it's you, Madonna mai. You get it?
Yeah.
It's never me. It's you.
Yeah, right. All right, Curtis, I know you're short on time. Thanks for taking the call.
No, it's quite all right. We're on the hunt. We're on the hunt here, Joe. We're on the hunt. Let's go to Steve, who's calling from Bed-Stuy. Do or die. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Steve.
Good morning. Did you speak to Stevie Van Zandt about Bruce singing Jersey Girl at the Stillwell station, perhaps?
Not in the course of the interview that we did for Cop Talk. You see, Stevie Van Zandt, member of E Street Band, has donated and run fundraisers for the Detectives Endowment Association Wives and Children's Fund. He's raised $1.5 million. So that it was in that context, and then in terms of what's happening in the streets and what's happening in terms of his particular viewpoint of what's going on in the city. We did not get specific to the loss of that Jersey girl herself, but we intend on having an ongoing conversation, Steve.
Wonderful. Again, that dome amplifies the sound beautifully.
Oh, yeah. Trust me. Trust me, Steve. We're on the hunt now. We're on the hunt.
Imagine you have an event there. You fill that hall, and then you release everybody out to go hang out at Nathan's and IHOP and all of the places in Cornell. Let's enliven that place. We need an emotional lift, right?
A mood elevator. Oh, yeah. It's intense. Imagine sitting there talking with a gravedigger who had done 8 years in Elmira and had the tattoos to prove it. And I said to him, I said, how come there's no headstone here? And he said to me, let me check the schematics. He goes, it was supposed to be a headstone. I said, well, I guess nobody wanted this body ever found, did they? He said, you can draw your own conclusions on that. But snitches get stitches and end up in ditches. He goes, Curtis, I've known you for a long time. I listened to you when I was in the joint. But I'm not touching that. Oh, no, I'm not touching that. There used to be a headstone here. It's no longer here. I said, well, you want to take it any further? He goes, no, that's as far as I'm going to take it. To be continued, ladies and gentlemen, the plot thickens. We are days away from Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo jumping into this race to become the next mayor of the city of New York. And I can assure you, he destroyed the state of New York. And I will do everything to make sure he does not destroy the city of New York, because at this point, we can't afford a trifecta, a trinity, a troika of people who are all into themselves. Comrade Bill de Blasio, the part-time mayor, the dope from Park Slope. Eric Adams, swagger man, who now has a plan to get a pardon from President Donald Trump, and Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo.
No mo Cuomo, no mo.
That's right, no mo Cuomo. I like that. That resonates in the hood when you say to the brothers, no mo Cuomo.
No mo Cuomo, no mo.
1-800-848-9222.
This is another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Padre, Filii, Spiritus Sanctum. When we return tonight at 8 o'clock for the extended rip and read and deep dive, how is it that the city of New York is slowly closing 10 shelters for migrants, but opening up a mega shelter along the Bruckner Boulevard in the Bronx that will house 2,200 single able-bodied young men of military age with nothing to do and nowhere to go? In a neighborhood that already has a jail, already has 2 rehab centers for people with drug problems, and a regular shelter for homeless men who are American by birth. How did this all happen? Nobody seemed to bother to ask, how is it you're closing shelters but opening a brand new shelter for illegal aliens, for migrants? And then when you scratch the surface, like with everything you do with Eric Adams, swagger man with a plan now finally to get a pardon from President Donald Trump, you find out that a no-bid contract was issued. No bid. At an outrageous amount of money to house them, to clothe them, to feed them, to transport them, to give them iPhones, smartphones, culturally appropriate food. And who's paying for this? City taxpayers. And then you find out that the person who owned the property, who owns expansive and extensive amounts of property, has in fact been a contributor to Eric Adams, both in terms of him running for office and his legal defense fund. And now you begin to sense that, oh no, not again. This guy can't seem to avoid these corrupt ways. His goal in life is to say over and over to those who are close to him or were politically supporting him, show me the money. That's what it's all about, show me the money. And this appears to be, in its prima facie, another example where there are kickbacks attached to this contract. Nancy will have the details. She has been working expeditiously to determine why it is that at a time when we're closing migrant shelters, a brand new one for single able-bodied young men with nowhere to go and nothing to do, a military age, has basically broken all boundaries in terms of the cost. Show me the money. That's what it's all about. You're looking at me, Broadway Billy, as if I'm speaking a foreign language. You must have done this dozens of times already. It is the signature statement of a mayor who was in hiding all of Saturday. He had nothing on his personal calendar, and he has nothing today.
Show me the money. Show me the money. That's what it's all about.
Damn right. It's always been that way. The other thing that we have effectively done is we have reached out to Tom Homan, who is the border czar, and we have sent him the statement that was made by Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo about how the men and women of ICE are thugs.
New York State is the state that says we will not cooperate with ICE. They're a bunch of thugs. He politicized ICE. They're a bunch of thugs. We said we will sue them if they violate any criminal laws in the state of New York.
We will not cooperate with ICE. In fact, we will sue ICE because ICE are a bunch of thugs. Can I hear that one more time, please? Because there are members of the Migre Immigration and Naturalization Service, brave federal employees who are arresting these gangbangers from Tren Aragua, the Venezuelan ruthless gang, who are listening as we speak. Could we hear a second version of Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo calling these brave men and women listening now thugs?
New York State is the state that says we will not cooperate with ICE. They're a bunch of thugs. He politicized ICE. They're a bunch of thugs. We said we will sue them if they violate any criminal laws in the state of New York.
So you see, I haven't lied to you. I have not forsaken you, members of ICE, as you put on your bulletproof vest each and every day, and you issue detainers for some really bad hombres. And you risk your life because things are getting even more perilous for you out there. Luckily, you had Kristi Noem with you, who helped lead some of these raids, because as soon as she showed up, the dogs that were there to protect the property, the Rottweilers, the Pit Bulls, and the American Bulldogs saw Kristi Noem and just ran the hell out of there. Say, man, she's a dog killer. But we're going to settle all scores tonight with Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, as he has badmouthed ICE for the very last time. This week,
you heard this mayor out there in Colorado. I want to get your reaction to it, and I want you to be clear about who has jurisdiction, the federal government or state and local governments. And if you're a sanctuary state or city, are you breaking the law?
You're absolutely breaking law. All you have to do is look at Arizona versus U.S. You'll see these breaking law. But look, me and the Denver mayor, we agree on one thing. He's willing to go to jail. I'm willing to put him in jail. Because there's a statute. It's Title 8 United States Code 1324 III. And what it says is, it's a felony if you knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from immigration authorities. It's also a felony to impede a federal law enforcement officer. So if we don't want to help, that's fine. He can get the hell out of the way. But we're going to go do the job. President Trump has a mandate for American people. We got to secure this country. We got to save American lives. And I find it shocking that any mayor of a city would say, President Trump's been clear, we want to concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats. I find it hard to believe that any mayor or governor would say they don't want public safety threats removed from their neighborhoods. I mean, I don't know what the hell is going on in Denver, but we're going to go and we're going to fix it. If you don't want to fix it, if you don't want to protect his communities, President Trump and ICE will.
He's coming for you, Andrew. You're going to have to deal with Tom Homan this week because you called his boys thugs.
Sid here for my good friends at Inhala.com. Let's talk about serious business. Sleep apnea. Whether you've been diagnosed with it or afraid you have it, I've got the solution. Inhala is here to give you your life back by giving you your breath back. They make it easy to get help for sleep apnea because living without restful sleep is simply no way to live. Inhala gives you a custom-fitted oral appliance that opens your airway so you naturally breathe the way nature intended. The best part is they offer virtual consultations and in-home home sleep testing. No overnight stays at a sleep center. Plus, Inhala has all the doctors that you'll need. Appointments are virtual, and it's all covered by your private medical insurance. Inhala does it all, from diagnosis to the delivery. Don't suffer from another sleepless night or daytime fatigue. Visit Inhala.com or call 844-INHALA-1. That's 844-INHALA and the number 1. Call now, 844-INHALA-1. That's 844-INHALA-1.